Un'agenda è fatta di anni, mesi, giorni ed è giorno dopo giorno che stiamo ricominciando, in modo sostenibile, inclusivo, intelligente. Ehi gente, vi chiedevate quando saremmo ripartiti? Adesso riprendiamo a camminare, a correre, volare. Abbiamo tanta energia, energia pulita e rinnovabile. Rinnoviamo il modo di interagire. Io e te, lui e lei, abbiamo voglia di starci a sentire. Non sarà facile, insieme ce la facciamo. Partecipa al Festival dello Sviluppo Sostenibile 2021. Mettilo in agenda, stiamo agendo. Contribuisci al raggiungimento degli obiettivi dell'Agenda ONU 2030.
In spite of the relative homogeneity, this analysis has shown wide disparities among the group countries, especially in terms of goals number 7, about clean energy, goal 10, reducing disparities, 11, cities and communities, consumption and production. According to the early evaluation, we can say that the most developed countries have a better position when it comes to goals related to the social and economic situation. As to environmental goals, the less wealthy countries show a better picture. Now, let's have a look at Italy. Relative to the other G20 countries, this is Italy. With respect to goals 7 and 12, Italy is one of the best. As to the remaining goals, its position is in line with the average G20 value. There is one last figure that is surprising. It is at disadvantage with respect to goal 14 about life underwater. And it is in a very bad position due to the wider share of exploited fish. Now, these are very interesting data, not for all goals, but only for some of them. Let's begin with goal 1, defeating poverty. In the fight against poverty, there are differences related to the wealth of a country and the welfare models. EU countries, EU plus UK, show the best situation along with Canada and Australia, whereas the States show a share of vulnerable people smaller than 31%, the fifth worst G20 country. And this should make us ponder. Now let's have a look at another goal, goal number 3, about health and well-being. And here we are number 2. According to the analysis, countries with the highest healthcare spending have the best result. So we have a positive situation for countries with the highest per capita healthcare expenditure. These countries are characterized by higher life expectancy above age 80, less childhood mortality and mortality due to non-transmissible disease. Like car accidents, Italy follows Australia with respect to this goal. Now, let's move on to a different goal. And again, we are in a very good position here. EU countries, in blue on the map, show less efficiency in the use of resources, whereas India and Indonesia have the smallest consumption of resources. Another important goal for the agenda is the fight against climate change. Goal 13. The study considered not only CO2 emissions, but also an estimate of the so-called indirect emissions caused by imports. So this allows an impact of climate change by country. At the same time, we can see a new type of approach, because countries with more CO2 imported emissions like UK, Canada, Australia, and others are in a worse position. This should be explored better to allocate CO2 emissions to countries that are responsible for them. So the EU, to achieve carbon neutrality, has to consider this dimension too. Now there is a goal where we are not doing so well, life underwater. We could compare Italy relative to a broader context for goal 14, and we are the one before the last because we exploit water resources very poorly across G20 countries. So what can we say to conclude? It is necessary to measure sustainable development in G20 countries more in depth, and do this regularly. A constant and ongoing monitoring, we believe, is essential to report on SDGs at an international level. Asvis suggests that G20 countries start an exhaustive and ongoing monitoring relative to the Agenda 2030 goals. So we need clear, accessible data about SDGs and measure them. This is a key requirement to achieve, to accomplish SDGs. This is what we submit to the G20 leaders. It's a reflection that is part of the DNA of our alliance, because one of our core activities is measurement. Our research group contributes to make achievement levels increasingly measurable. So I'm done with my presentation. I would ask a comment to this data from Giovanna Botteri. Please join me here at the podium.
Good morning. I can speak without a mask because we are far enough from each other. Now, I believe that the first thing to comment is that we should extend our point of view beyond G20. The lesson that we have learned from a pandemic is that we can get out of it only if we get out of it altogether. And the idea of a future, it's something new today to speak about future for us, for new generations and for the planet. A new future is possible only if we have a global and collective commitment and plan. The idea that some countries may follow a path for sustainability while other countries do not do that is intolerable. I was really impressed when our Prime Minister, announced to be an advocate of this approach. I'm a journalist and I work in China. China is a country that is very, very severely polluting the planet, more than United States and India together. But the situation in China is very interesting because it embraces all the contradictions of our way of living and of a challenge. China is the most polluting country because it's a huge country with very, very quick industrial development. So it's the most polluting country, but at the same time, compared to the Western countries, the average trend is less impacting compared to Western countries. China burns a lot of coal. 70% of power comes from burning coal. It's a huge country that is almost totally dependent on coal. And this means that the country lies in a contradictory position. On one hand, this kind of dependence and the need to use coal to generate power, to keep growing, and on the other hand, the need to step out of this model. China is the first country in the world for the use of alternative energy sources, solar power, green sources in general. China is the first producer in the world and the first country that invests in research in the world. So we are really facing many contradictions in a country that is using green energy as much as possible, but on the other hand, a country that burns huge amounts of coal. So we cannot get out of this situation without the participation of China. Paris 2015 goals cannot be met without China. China is asking for time. China is asking to wait until 2030. China is asking for time. China is asking to be able to grow, keeping on burning coal, unlike Europe, which is doing something different. China is promising that from 2030 and 2060, over 30 years, China is going to become carbon neutral. What does this neutrality mean? I will pollute, but whatever I pollute can in a way be reprocessed. Carbon dioxide that is released will be reabsorbed in different ways. So a country with such a massive industrial production has a main challenge to master to reduce the current release of pollutants in the air. And of course, considering also all the international tensions, China has to deal with this major challenge together with the rest of the world, together with Europe and the United States. We need to find a new ground to walk on in a way that the planet will pursue a common target to be able to go beyond diversities and conflicting positions. My colleagues, journalists and media people throughout the world in the United States and in Europe are trying to focus their attention on these topics. And I don't know if we can show some slides about this now or if we have to wait.
Siamo in attesa.
We are waiting for Mr. Stefanini to join us. Pierluigi Stefanini, chairman of Asvis. Good morning, sorry if I'm late, but we had a problem on the high-speed train I was traveling on. I know that my colleagues have already been effective in opening this day of work. We have a very dense agenda. I will start with a comment to frame our discussion. This festival started in September 28th. It will be finished on the 14th. And we just heard Giovanna Botteri's words about the complexity and all the contradictions and difficulties and the major space to go on in the world is complex, the situation is difficult, we have many differences, discrepancies, we have a huge amount of risks for the future, but at the same time we have plenty of room for maneuvering to provide answers, to find the right conditions to do the right things. If we look at the world, we see something that can be frightening, but together we can find a key to open this door. And the Italian Alliance for Sustainable Development is strongly willing to participate in this set of actions on different levels. We do have the conditions to intervene and take action. So we are worried, concerned, but we are also positive, and we know these difficulties can be dealt with. We want to support a new culture, a culture of cooperation, collaboration, including many different components that can contribute to a converging path. We have to identify a way for a multilateral approach that has to become the format of our actions. We have, as I said, a dense agenda. We are waiting for the minister. And thank you very much for welcoming me. Thank you.
Bene.
Good morning, Minister. Thank you for being with us. We cannot hear you. We can see you, but we can't hear you. No way, we just hear noises. We can't hear your voice. waiting to to solve the problems with the audio transmission, we can give a floor to Renato Benedicenti, who is in Brno in Slovenia, where an important session of G20 was just held. Maybe we can give a floor to.
Buongiorno a tutti, grazie del vostro
Good
tempo.
morning.
In realtà non vi parlo da Bruxelles, nostra
I'm not
sede di
in
lavoro
Brussels,
naturale,
that
ma
is
da
our,
bordo in Slovenia. Perché? Perché qui ieri c'è stato il vertice informale dei capi di Stato
I am
e
in
di
Brno
governo
in Slovenia.
europea. Si è
Yesterday there
parlato
was
di
a
Balcani,
summit
si è parlato di
meeting
difesa comune,
where
ma si è
many
parlato
discussions were
anche,
held
se non
about the
soprattutto,
situation in the
di energia.
Balkans,
Quindi io
common
comincerei
defense
facendo
and
un po' un discorso a
energy
ritroso dalle parole che
generation.
Ursula
I
von der
would like
Leyen
to
ha
step
usato
back
ieri,
the
parlando
words
proprio del caro
delivered
bollette
by
e dei costi
Mrs. von der
dell'energia. È stata
Leyen, who
molto netta
spoke
la
about
Presidente della
the increase
Commissione
in cost
europea
of power and
dicendo che
electricity.
bisogna puntare
Mrs. von der
sulle
Leyen
energie
said that
rinnovabili
we
perché
have to be
l'Europa è il leader
focused on
nella produzione di
renewable
queste
energy
energie, mentre il
sources.
gas
Europe is the
costa
leader.
tantissimo,
Heating
invece
country
l'Unione
gas
Europea deve
is
importarlo.
very
Che cosa succederà
expensive and we
adesso?
have
Le
to
linee guida della
import
Commissione
gas.
sono una comunicazione che è la
So,
forma ufficiale
the
che
European
appunto le
Commission
istituzioni europee scelgono
is
quando
designing
in qualche modo
a
vogliono
new
fare un passo avanti
plan
concreto e
for
poi la
European
discussione che
Union to
avverrà
take
nel prossimo
steps
Consiglio europeo
forward
del
and during
21 di
next Council of
ottobre.
Europe in
Allora, lo sviluppo
October,
sostenibile, l'agenda
more
2030
focus will
e
be
l'Unione Europea.
placed
Diciamo
on
che i
these
primi piani
issues, sustainable
in
development
questo
agenda.
ambito risalgono già al 2008, ma
We
è
already
la Commissione
started to
von der
design
Leyen, insomma,
plans
questa
in
legislatura che fa del Green
2008 with
Deal
the
un
von
po'
der
la
Leyen
sua parola
Commission and
d'ordine.
the Green
Questo poi si è
Deal
visto
as
anche nella
its
elaborazione
main
e nelle richieste che vengono
slogan.
fatte per
This
irrigare
comes out
i
of
fondi
all
straordinari
declarations
del
which have
fondo
been
Next Generation EU, perché
delivered,
i
also
piani di
talking
ripresa e
about
resilienza che sono
next
stati
generation
presentati dai vari
program
paesi
in
avevano come
EU. All
condizione
the
per essere
plans presented
appunto
in different
accettati quella
countries
di investire una
required
gran
to
parte
invest
di questi fondi proprio
the
nella
majority of
transizione
funds
ecologica. Quindi si
allocated
tratta in
in
qualche modo
ecological
di un
transition.
contratto vincolante.
So this is a
Dal New Green
binding
Deal poi si è
contract from
passati ad
the new
un'agenda vera e
Green
propria, l'agenda
Deal. We
Fit
stepped
for
towards
55. Che cosa vuol
Fit
dire? Che
for
bisogna essere
55
pronti per il
agenda. We have
2055
to
ad avere
get ready
un'Europa
for
senza più gas
2055
di scarico.
in
Ovviamente è una sfida
Europe
molto
free of
impegnativa, anche
exhaustion
perché
gases.
propone
It's
una
a very
tappa
demanding
intermedia
challenge.
altrettanto impegnativa,
We
quella di ridurre
must
le
take into
emissioni del
account intermediate
55%
steps
entro
to
il
reduce
2030. Come
emission
farlo?
by
E soprattutto come
55%
cercare di
within
trovare un equilibrio tra
2030.
27 paesi che
How
hanno
can you do
ognuno
that?
i
How
propri
can you
comparti
find an
industriali da
agreement between
difendere
57
e le proprie
countries with
necessità. Faccio un
different
esempio
needs and
tra
different
tutte, per il
priorities?
2035 una delle proposte del Fit for
2035, one
55 è
of
quella di non produrre
55
più
proposals
automobili né a benzina
is
né diesel.
no
Questo ovviamente è
longer
un
to
problema,
produce
però la percezione che c'è
diesel,
a Bruxelles
oil
o
or
comunque nelle istituzioni
petrol
europee è che
powered
questa decisione non
cars,
sia rinviabile, che il
automobiles.
futuro sia
One of
lì.
our requests
Quindi c'è
is
la
about
volontà
stopping the production
politica
of these
di
type of cars.
trasformare
So we
questo piano, che
have a
poi
political
ovviamente è fatto
willingness
di
to
tanti
transform
capitoli, c'è anche la gara a chi
all of
vuole
the different
piantare
requirements
più
of
alberi,
this
questo fa
plan,
parte della
including
comunicazione, ma la
planting
volontà
more
politica
trees.
invece è
The
quella di
political
fare sul
willingness
serio e
is
farlo
there to
nel
be
più breve
serious
tempo
about
possibile.
this
Lo ha
in
detto
the
molto bene il
shortest
ministro
possible
Amendola
time.
qualche giorno
Minister
fa.
Amendola
In
a
tutte
few
le
days ago
discussioni, in tutti i
explained
dibattiti di
this
questi
clearly,
anni,
and in all the
quello che riguarda
discussions and
lo sviluppo
all
sostenibile, la
the
transizione
considerations,
ecologica è il dibattito dei
transition to
dibattiti, perché in
sustainable
qualche modo
development
attraversa un
is
po'
our
tutte le
top
tematiche.
priority
Il
because
tema del
it is
lavoro
going
ovviamente, perché
across
bisognerà
different
produrre nuovi
sectors.
saperi
We
da
will
mettere a
need to
disposizione
produce and
della
generate new
economia
forms of
sostenibile e
knowledge
della
to be
transizione
made
verde.
available
Il tema
to
dell'economia
the
in generale,
community.
perché
The
andranno
topic
approntate
of
riforme
economy
ad
in
hoc
general
e
means
poi
that we will
ovviamente
need
anche il
ad
tema
hoc
del pilastro sociale,
reforms
insomma del welfare,
and
perché
new
facciamo il caso
forms
delle
of
bollette,
social pacts
ovviamente
and
ci deve essere
welfare
una equità
will be
nella
needed. We need
distribuzione
more equity
dei
in the
pesi.
distribution
Il tutto
of
questo
resources.
ovviamente fa sì che ci sia una
And of
dialettica
course,
molto accesa.
we
L'industria non è un
need
nemico, ma è
very
evidente che
active
in qualche
dialogue.
modo deve
Industry
essere
is
o
not our
diventare un
enemy,
amico.
but
Insomma, tutti
industry
quanti
must
in
become an
Europa
ally.
dobbiamo capire che
And
senza uno
we
sviluppo
have to
sostenibile
understand
vero e
altogether that
soprattutto
without true,
rapido,
authentic,
i
fast,
problemi
sustainable
aumenteranno. Anche la
development,
COP26 che
problems
sarà,
will
diciamo,
increase.
più un altro
And
momento
also
fondamentale. Per
COP26,
questo
that
l'idea di
is
Mario
an
Draghi, Presidente del
essential
Consiglio italiano, è
basic
quello di
document,
mantenere
will be
l'aumento
maintained.
del
Italy
clima entro 1,5
commits
gradi, è qualcosa di estremamente ambizioso, ma allo stesso tempo di assolutamente
contain
necessario e non
the
differibile.
increase of
Grazie della vostra
temperature
attenzione.
of the overall atmosphere to 1.5 degrees. Thank you, Leonardo Benedicenti, for raising new topics which are really essential. The importance of economic considerations. What is the cost of being green? What is the cost of sustainability in China and elsewhere? Of course, in China, coal industry employs a million of people. There is a whole industrial sector that wants to keep growing and wants to use all the available coal sources. This was a position also held by Donald Trump when he stepped out of Paris agreements. In this time of crisis, we have to think of those who work. We have to think of the future of our community. We need to keep growing. We need to maintain production alive. And in some cases, sustainability becomes a secondary issue, and this is a risk. And now, of course, the United States, after China, are the largest polluter in the world. Washington and the White House will be represented in the Glasgow meeting. What is really happening in the United States beyond all promises and good intentions will be explained by Lando Pagliara.
I, Joseph Robinette Biden Jr., do solemnly swear.
20 gennaio, Joe Biden è da poche ore il 46esimo presidente degli Stati Uniti. Tra i primi atti che annuncia c'è il rientro negli accordi sul clima di Parigi, strappati dal suo predecessore Donald Trump. Il nuovo inquilino della Casa Bianca appare da subito determinato a restituire al suo paese il ruolo guida nella lotta contro il surriscaldamento del pianeta. Due le motivazioni. La prima, la convinzione che non ci sia più tempo da perdere. La seconda, la transizione energetica non è solo un costo, ma anche un'opportunità.
Energy transition is not just a cost, it is also an opportunity.
L'estate che sopraggiunge non lascia dubbi sulla portata della sfida e l'urgenza di affrontarla. Gli stati dell'Ovest sono colpiti da una siccità di proporzioni storiche. Gli incendi che divampano per settimane, incontrollabili, devastano superfici record di vegetazione. I venti spingono le colonne di fumo per migliaia di chilometri verso est, fino ai cieli di New York.
It goes eastward up until New York.
La Louisiana viene investita da un uragano devastante e la stessa New York viene colpita nell'arco di pochi giorni da due ondate di maltempo che mettono in luce le sue fragilità. Decine di persone annegate. Biden trascorre i mesi estivi visitando uno dopo l'altro i luoghi dell'Apocalypse Now statunitense. Dobbiamo ascoltare gli scienziati, gli economisti e gli esperti di sicurezza nazionale. Tutti ci dicono che questo è il codice rosso, dice nel Queens, il distretto di New York più colpito dalle alluvioni. La nazione e il mondo sono in pericolo, non è un'iperbole, questo è un dato di fatto.
Hyperbole.
It's
That
a fact,
is a fact.
he says.
Oltre all'aggravamento della crisi climatica, l'altra ragione addotta da Joe Biden per accelerare la transizione energetica è la necessità per gli Stati Uniti di conquistare la leadership nelle tecnologie verdi, dalle quali sono attesi milioni di posti di lavoro ben pagati. La Cina, anche in questo settore, è un avversario temibile. Per dimostrare la serietà delle intenzioni, il leader democratico ha nominato immediatamente un inviato per il clima, John Kerry, e ha riempito a tambur battente tutte le posizioni dell'amministrazione chiamata ad occuparsi di sviluppo sostenibile. In vista del summit COP26 di Glasgow, Biden ha assunto impegni che vanno ben al di là di quelli presi a Parigi. La riduzione delle emissioni di gas serra del 50-52% entro il 2030, ovvero entro 9 anni. Affinché questi obiettivi non restino sulla carta, necessari investimenti pubblici colossali. Le due leggi predisposte, quella sulle infrastrutture, oltre 1.000 miliardi di dollari, e quella che espande lo Stato sociale e accelera la transizione energetica da 3.500 miliardi di dollari, sono entrambe al palo, a causa del disaccordo all'interno dello stesso Partito Democratico. Sul piano infrastrutturale, ponti, autostrade, stazioni di ricarica per auto elettriche, c'è un accordo bipartisan, ma l'ala sinistra dei Dem, capitanata da Bernie Sanders e Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, ne blocca l'approvazione alla Camera. Pretende che contestualmente il Senato approvi anche l'altra, più ambiziosa misura, la più grande espansione dello Stato sociale dal New Deal rooseveltiano, la cui ampiezza però trova in disaccordo due senatori democratici moderati, John Manchin e Kirsten Sinema. E al Senato, spaccato in due, i democratici non possono permettersi di perdere neppure un voto. La scorsa settimana il braccio di ferro si è concluso con un nulla di fatto, nonostante sia sceso in campo Biden stesso a mediare. Ora la resa dei conti è rinviata al 31 ottobre. Senza un compromesso, gli Stati Uniti rischiano di arrivare all'appuntamento di COP26 con grandi promesse senza gambe per camminare. La speranza è che prevalga il buonsenso, la ferrea convinzione del presidente Biden.
Joe Biden is firmly convinced about his intentions. This is a very complex issue, it's clear. Hard to find a solution. There are many political, economic problems to solve. I see Mr. Di Maio, Minister of Foreign Affairs. You should also hear me. Yes, great. Thank you. We discussed the European and world situation. Now, what about Italy's commitment? Thank you for your patience for solving this technical problem. Let me welcome the presidents of Asvis. Let me welcome all colleagues and guests. I'm very happy to take part in this festival. This year too, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has committed to the realization of SDGs. We take part in the 5th edition of Asvis with 44 initiatives promoted by 39 diplomatic offices. We are co-president of COP26, and so Italy is doing its best to turn this challenge into an opportunity for a sustainable recovery in line with SDGs. People, the planet, and prosperity are at the core, and they are interdependent. Now we're getting close to the G20 summit in Rome, so let me underline some priorities of the Italian presidency, and we need to keep collaborating with civil society. In particular, health, food safety, and climate change, and also sustainable development, plus the debt of the most vulnerable countries. Let's begin with health, a global asset. And you know how much this has been debated during the pandemic. Italy guarantees fair access to therapeutic and diagnostic tools and vaccines. We promoted the net accelerator and vaccines through funding worth close to 400 million euros. We will donate 45 million doses of vaccines to the countries most in need. We're also asking other countries to contribute by donating vaccines. We have multilateral instruments to fight against the pandemic. And finally, we have a declaration of principles about preparedness to pandemics. This is a starting point to reconstruct the global healthcare architecture, along with developments in Geneva at WHO. Italy proposed the establishment of a global health board to promote a more efficient coordination between healthcare systems and improve cooperation in response to pandemics, sustaining cooperation between G20, WHO, World Bank, and other international organizations. Then, food safety. Italy has always been committed to the goal zero hunger. This is even more important given the repercussions of the pandemic on the food industry. We promoted the declaration of Matera. We identified social and economic measures to strengthen the resilience of rural populations, especially young people and women in the most exposed areas of planet, exposed to climate change. We are attaching high value to the Food System Summit. Italy will continue the national debate that started within the Food System Summit with the agri-food industry to promote good practices in favor of sustainable food systems. Third, climate change and sustainable development. Italy has encouraged more ambitious climate action starting from G20 countries. Last July, may I welcome Minister Cingolani. In Naples, the ministers committed to dedicate a significant part of recovery plans to the ecological transition that is also an employment and economic growth opportunity. We hosted in Milan over 400 youth for the Youth for Climate event in Milan. They could talk to the ministers, and a couple of days ago in the Vatican City, with some of these young people, the Holy Father gave me and Alok Sharman, president of COP26, a plea signed by all religious communities for Governments Act, more to counter the climate challenge. This affects us all, and that's why it takes unity and collaboration. COP26 is an opportunity we can't miss. Italy wants to develop long-term strategies in line with the goal to contain the rise of temperature by 1.5 degrees and the need to stick to the commitments taken in terms of climate funding. This was discussed during the pre-COP26 in Milan, with special emphasis on actions by developed countries to mobilize $100 billion a year until 2025 to support climate action in developing countries. Fourth, we started a number of initiatives about debt. G20 Italian presidency acted in favor of the most vulnerable countries, and besides initiatives to suspend the debt service. We are working for the common framework debt treatment for a better alignment with the 2030 agenda. The new allocation of special drawing rights by IMF should consider the needs of the countries most in need. Let me stress special attention paid by Italy to the cities, especially small and medium-sized cities. Local administrations can contribute to an inclusive, sustainable, resilient recovery. Middle-sized cities provide services to citizens, are a market for businesses, and play a special role in protecting nature and in the fight against climate change. The crisis has given rise to novel proposals in many cities, so we are creating a G20 platform to help these cities to share good practices and start partnerships with similar cities. Italy is also deploying every possible instrument. The National Recovery and Resilience Plan aims at ecological transition, digital transformation, innovation, and youth to recover. Recovery is a key theme also in the Expo in Dubai, where we have a very large pavilion about innovation made by public and private companies. We will present in Italy creating connections among minds and across generations, a collaborative model to accomplish SDGs. Expo 2020 Dubai will be for us a unique stage, paving the way to new tourist flows and financial investment. Let me end by expressing my appreciation for what Asvis does, thanks to the insight by Giovannini, who decided years back to organize this festival. And this festival now expresses the most dynamic energy of Italian society. So we are proud of it, and we think this is very important for Italy's recovery. Thank you. Thank you very much. As we wait for Minister Cingolani, I'd like to stress one key point expressed by Minister Di Maio. In particular, the key role of sustainable development and the fight against climate change. I was impressed during the meeting between the then President of the States, Obama, and Pope Francis. They had a very friendly talk, and everybody thought that Pope Francis, the Latin American Pope, spoke with the American president about the terrible issue of immigration. It turned out that what the Pope asked the American president was to fight against climate change. Why? Because already in those years, the pontiff had well realized how a dramatic issue like migration flows is closely related to climate change. Sustainable development is not an empty word. It means creating a better future for all, because migration flows, particularly from Africa, are closely dependent upon climate change. We are very close to a world war about water. So getting 1.5 degrees of global warming, and no more than that, 2 would be enough. And this amounts to giving a future to us and to the world. Di Maio mentioned youth. They keep rallying in the streets. Even Greta says, stop promises, we want facts. And this festival reminds us that we want action, not words, because we want a future. We don't want to destroy our world. So here we go. Minister Cingolani, good morning.
Can you hear me? Yes, very well, thank you. Okay, thank you for inviting me. I want to take this opportunity to make a short summary of what happened during these last 2 weeks. Last week, we had 2 major events, Youth for Planet 1, followed by an inter-ministry meeting before COP26, over 50 ministers from all the countries of G20. And yesterday, we had the meeting of all the ministers of ecological transition within the EU. So a major sequence of events to frame the current situation. Now, in terms of what happened during Youth for Climate meeting, we know what Greta Thunberg said, and very positive messages came out of this meeting. We called for an international meeting with representatives of youth from all the countries of the world. 400 representatives were selected to represent 189 countries. So we are speaking about all of the world. Youth for the Planet met in Milan, and a strong pressure was emphasized by all activists. They want to take part in all decision-making process that concerns their future, and we can well understand that. It's a form of protest. Youth for Climate is creating new tables to discuss different topics, and all these people worked in this table. They discussed exactly like it happens during all international conventions. They presented their proposal to the President of the Republic, to Prime Minister Draghi, Prime Minister Boris Johnson, and Mr. Shackle represents the EU Commission, and put down sort of 20 points that will be transmitting to the COP26 meeting. Very relevant questions were raised. These young people want this to become a permanent forum. Youth for Climate needs to be coordinated with all the meetings of the COP26 meetings, and in particular, young people from Africa presented very interesting requests. And to listen to their voices was extremely impressive. They told us we have trouble in moving around and traveling. We don't have a Wi-Fi connection. In French speaking countries, we have problem with teaching of English, and it's difficult for us to communicate. And they express their strong intention, their strong willingness, and in particular Vanessa, one of the African activists, insisted that vulnerable countries are those which are paying the highest price to pay because they don't have infrastructures. And of course, an extreme climatic event happening in Italy might produce less severe effects than it could do in Africa, and Vanessa made an extremely clear list of severe risks. So the message coming from vulnerable countries is that many things need to be improved. And Greta Thunberg appealed to our conscience, asking for real actions. The young activist drafted many interesting proposals. Youth for Climate closed at 2 o'clock on Wednesday, 2 o'clock Wednesday last week. And a few hours later, the interminister meeting was opened with the participation of all ministers from European Union countries, together with Lieutenant Sharma, that is organizing a COP26 meetings. It was really interesting, first of all, to accept the invitation made by the young activists with their proactive efforts. After G20 meeting held in Naples, very important results were obtained. For the first time, we have put together all the issues related to energy and environment. And this is something that happened over the first 70 hours. So an important result was achieved, and all the countries agreed upon 25 items, 25 bullet points that relate to nature-based solutions and all the strategies that will have to be adopted by G20 countries. And then we had another set of meetings which ended with a final resolution where 58 points were unanimously voted by all the attendants. And the most important thing that came out of this meeting is that many G20 countries confirmed that the next 10 years will be essential, will be key. We need to accelerate vis-a-vis COP26 goals in Paris. We need to move on at a faster pace. And this is a very interesting result. There will be a next G20 meeting among the chiefs of state related to the phasing out of coal emissions, and then new policies with incentives will be proposed. Huge countries such as China and India, which are still growing very rapidly, and altogether amount to 3 billion inhabitants, go towards move towards a situation of major crisis from the economic and ecological point of view. So we all know that new decisions will have to be brought to the attention of the chiefs of state for quick action. Now, starting from this week and the last meetings, new interesting things were concluded. The ABCC report was discussed, and we risk not to be able to hold global warming below 2 degrees centigrade as expected. And we also discussed about the crisis of gas supply and the acceleration that was required after this APCC report led to another step forward, introducing the concept of keep believing in 1.5 degree. This requires a huge acceleration of our actions to reduce climate warming of 1 degree or even 0.5 degree is a major effort. And last week, a representative from China said that they agree we want to stay below 1 degree. This is a major step forward, and we hope within COP26 that will become our final goal. So we have to develop a better mutual understanding. We need to adapt to limit damage, but this can take on a different meeting, considering different countries. There are many differences. The ability to respond in real time to challenges is difficult for weak countries. In many situations, a response has to be immediate after climate catastrophe, but many countries are not ready for that. And we also discussed about the need to promote new measures for mitigation of climate change effects and more active promotion of new measures of sustainable development that we are proposing inside the national governments. We have a so-called national development contributions. We need a specific metric. We need a specific transparency that has to be equal for all countries. NDCs are the basis for all of our global estimates. So if we receive non-transparent, inaccurate data from some countries, the estimate of global results will be unreliable. Data will be extremely variable, and in the end, we will have a general confusion inside a very complex system. So we need a more specific and more accurate kind of metrics. And then we have the enhanced transparency network that is advocating for a more transparent system of accountability in different countries. And last but not least, another major point that was discussed last week in Milan is that we are late from the point of view of finance. We would have needed 100 billion allocated to weak countries. So far, only 60 billions have been allocated, and then the COVID pandemic burst out. So we still are in need to hurry up in providing all the necessary support to countries in difficulty. So the final message, the final take-home message to be delivered to the next meeting of COP26 is that we hope to design innovative solutions. We need to put together these 100 billions that were resolved upon, and we needed to start a virtuous process of a partnership between the private and public sector. And these 100 billion will have to become 1,000 billions soon. Multiply these investments by a factor 10 to reach up to $1 trillion to be invested internationally. It's a colossal operation, but of course we require a decade. And if we don't adopt this solution, we will have a serious trouble in involving the weakest countries. We have supported the approval of the idea that there is no treatment for climate crisis which does not entail at the same time treatment for global inequalities. We cannot think of dealing with climate crisis and inequalities considering them from two different perspectives or looking at them from two different angles. We need a global solution to all of these problems. The situation is complex, and as it came out during this Milan week, when we speak about electrification of mobility, green energy production, we can do that because we are rich countries. It's a sort of luxury that we can afford, but this is not true for all of the other countries of the world. There are many countries which are lagging behind. 4.8 billion people live in the countries which produce 80% of greenhouse effect. So we have to take all of these data into account. 1 billion people today have no access to electricity in their homes, in their dwellings. So one set of countries has a problem to solve, that is how to shift from gasoline or petrol powered automobiles, while another group of countries in the world still has to fight for having electricity in their homes. And of course, this has a huge impact on the production system, on manufacturing, and this effect has nothing to do with ecological transition, because the cost of CO2 has an impact of 20% on the final electricity bill that we receive. The problem is related to the transport of gas in Europe. We have a lot of food for thought. We've put together many different issues. If a problem were an easy one to solve, we would have already done it. We will have to be very committed, and we have to stay united. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister Cingolani, for illustrating this complex picture. We believe that by putting together many minds and efforts, we can win this fundamental challenge. This is the purpose of the Alliance. We want to be an active subject that contributes, stimulates, suggests, collaborates with the institutions. Right transition, fair transition, or just transition, what does it mean? It means that the three dimensions, economic, social, and human, must live together. Plus, we have the institutions. And the institutions should be proactive and open, available to share and discuss with others. I think that this was well underlined by the minister. This aspect is the most evident sign that we are talking about the future. That's why young generations play a key role. Thank you, Minister Di Maio, for the existing collaboration with Asvis and for your words. The Alliance is a democratic sentinel. We want to be active and contribute to speed up the process because time is short, so we have to speed up actions through collective intelligence. Thanks to Giovanna Botteri for her insights. We had connections from New York and Slovenia, Bendicenti and Pagliara, so thank you for participating and for the interesting picture that you explained, that you showed. We stop here. Now, Mouzon Lamoumbe will coordinate the next panel. And so we go on.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Lovely to be here and really exciting to see these amazing presentations. I think I need to remove my mask. Thank you so very much, President Milani and Stefanini, and the amazing speakers that we've just seen. My name is Mouzon Lamoumbe, and I'm the director for the Rome Center for Sustainable Development, a collaborative center together with UNDP and the Ministry of Ecological Transition led by Minister Cingolani. At this juncture, I have the honor of introducing an amazing young woman. As we have navigated this pandemic, we have experienced very complex dynamics with COVID-19. But in other parts of the world, climate change impacts have been manifesting in very dramatic ways. But even more seriously, in other parts of the world, the issue of conflict. I'd like to invite Alma. She's coming over to really tell us the story of Afghanistan. Alma, welcome. Thank you so very much, Alma, for being brave and being bold, and we really would like you at this Sustainable Festival to really talk about your experience as a woman, but also having come from Afghanistan, having fleeing Afghanistan, and your experience of this happening to you in the middle of a pandemic, and also the impacts of climate change.
Of course, thank you so much, Ms. Fonka. I would like to, it's a great pleasure for me to participate in this historic conference, and also I would like to express my gratitude for everyone participating at this conference, and also for you, I want to congratulate you for continuing this gathering.
Can you hear her? Maybe she can use that. Yes, please. Thank you. Grazie.
Thank you.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So it's a great honor for me to represent my country, Afghanistan, at this historic festival. And also, I would like to express my gratitude as everyone in this conference. Also, congratulate Ms. Mamba and also her colleague to convening this gathering. So, as we know, in these days, Afghanistan is in a very hard crisis. Also, the COVID-19, the climate change, all these problems came together. And as a woman, it's really hard to survive there, as we know that Afghanistan these days is the worst place for the woman to live. And in these days, we know that Afghanistan is in the third stage of the COVID-19. Also, the security caused that Afghanistan cannot survive the COVID-19 vaccination. Also, already from 37 million people, just 2.8 million people have vaccinated already, but due to the conflict, 1.8 million doses of vaccination are still unused. Since the Taliban came to the country, the schools and everything for girls and women banned and closed the job also, and women cannot do the job. And also the COVID-19 pandemic, especially in the rural areas, and the woman cannot go to, because most of the women are nurses, especially in the city and particularly in the rural areas too, so they cannot go to the job, and this also make another crisis to the health system. Also, in the case of the climate change in Afghanistan, in the next winter, I mean this winter, it will be the pollution will be increased because there is no good care for the pollution. Also, Afghanistan is in a financial crisis and need aid to use the modern fuel, not the traditional fuel, because we are still using the traditional fuel and gases. So that's why it caused the very pollution in the country. And also the water shortage is another problem, because Afghanistan, most of the people, almost 80% of the people are relying to agriculture. So this is another problem for the people that lead to the food crisis and food insecurity in Afghanistan, which now there is a need of aid and financially from the other countries. And also this water shortage lead to the people that for now, as we see the percentage, just the 5% of people have enough food to eat. The 95% since the Taliban came not have enough food to eat, so it's an emergency call. And yes, climate change, COVID-19, security, all are these really impact on the Afghanistan crisis together.
Now, this is really interesting. I mean, you're talking about the convergence of COVID-19, climate change, and conflict.
Yes.
So in relation, so you just mentioned the 5% people not having access to food. Is this a manifestation usually during winter, or this is just general?
No, I said just 5% of people have the access to food right now. The 95% of people, because of the financial crisis,
right,
the COVID-19 and climate change, because there is the shortage of water. And I mentioned that the 80% of Afghanistan people rely on the agriculture. So the shortage of water will be the main cause of this.
And this shortage of water, is this due to climate change?
Yes, of course, it's due to the climate change. It happened in the last 2 years, and in the 5 next years, it will be worse and worse.
Wow, wow. Afghanistan is dependent mostly on rain-fed agriculture.
Yes, of course.
Right. And what are the options now for women and children and youth, in your mind?
Yes, in my mind, since the Taliban captured my country, it's really hard for them to take an action, because most of the young activists, the journalists, the most educated people fled the country and they escaped the country. So but the other women, especially in the rural areas, and most of the students and other young girls are still there. So all the schools are closed, and the women cannot go to do job. They are all at home. As also my sister, which is a lawyer, she's at home now. She cannot go because of the security problem. So that's why it's really hard for them to survive financially. So the situation is really hard for the woman there now.
Wow. And do you think that this is now beginning to spill over in the other regions also beyond Afghanistan?
Of course. You mean the rural areas in Afghanistan?
No, in terms of the climate impact, but also the insecurity and the food insecurity in particular.
Yes, of course, because the neighboring countries are also using the water from Afghanistan. So it will be really hard for them too. And maybe in the next 5 years, they will be also in crisis if we don't take an action on that.
Right. This festival is really also really talking and focusing about Italy's role and commitment in multilateral and making sure that we have sustainable and resilient recovery. What would be your message to Italy, and how do you see the role of Italy in supporting this, especially under the circumstances in Afghanistan?
Of course, the role of Italy is really important in Afghanistan, because for the climate change and for the COVID-19, also for the security, for the COVID-19 especially, we need more healthcare system and more vaccinations, and raise more awareness about the healthcare system, and financially we need aids there, because as I just mentioned before, just almost 2.8 million people just vaccinated from 37 million, which is very less. So all the people need to be vaccinated, and the healthcare system, we really need the health care aids. And also for the climate change, we really need the watershed management in Afghanistan to really restore and rebuild the dams and the rivers. We need turbines, and also it caused the cuts of electricity as well, the shortage of the water. So the watershed management is really important, and on that we also need the financial help. And for the security as well, it's really important that the countries which are allies with Italy, and also Italy itself, shouldn't recognize the Taliban and the new government for now, and also they can help, especially the women and the young girls that in the past 20 years they really made a rapid development, and also especially the most students which admitted in the Italian universities, they are already stuck in Afghanistan. So we really want them to be in their education here in Italy, and also the other young girls which are there at home. We want for them aid to use the internet and the online training courses from here. That will be really great for them.
Great.
Yes.
Now, thank you, Alma. Thank you so much for sharing your experience. And I'm very hopeful listening to Minister Di Maio and also listening to Minister Cingolani. I see the commitment of Italy in making sure we have resilient health systems, but also the ambition to COP26 on the climate issues that are really affecting your country. Thank you so much. Shukran.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
thank you,
so
everyone.
Much. Thank you, Alma. At this juncture, as Alma takes her exit, thank you so much, I'd like to invite the next set of speakers. I'm really excited to have another set of speakers who are going to be talking about really critical issues, focusing on the issue of multilateralism and the Agenda 2030. Jan Beagle, Director General Jan Beagle, over. Thank you so much. Lovely to see you. Mr. Antonio Parenti. I don't know if we have enough chairs. We're going to be Actually, we've got enough chairs. Yes? Thank you very much. Lovely to see you, Jan. Thank you. Yeah. Yes, please. Signor Parenti. Benvenuti. Good morning. Lovely to have you. Thank you so much to have you both. I'm really, really excited. And we're going to be joined by Barbara Kaufman, who is with the European EU Directorate, and she'll be joining us streaming in live later on. I'd like to start with you, John. Thank you so much. Lovely to see you and lovely to meet you. And thank you very much for joining. And as DG of IDLO, when we listen in, you listened in to the conversations from Minister Di Maio, you listened in from our Minister Cingolani. What do you see as the key challenges for multilateralism right now?
Well, first of all, thank you very much, Ms. Mumba. Very nice to be here. And thank you also to Asvis for inviting me to participate in this Festa dello Sviluppo. I think the subjects that you've chosen are absolutely timely. And for the International Development Law Organization, which is the only global intergovernmental organization that is exclusively devoted to promoting peace and sustainable development through the rule of law, we consider that these issues are absolutely front and center. And I think your question is a very good one, Ms. Mumba. And from where we see it, we see that multilateralism is really at a crisis point. We're really experiencing a backlash against the institutions of international cooperation and even the core values of the Charter at a time that we really need them the most. Whatever we look at, the complex issues that are facing the international community right now, whether it's COVID-19 or the climate crisis or the widespread food insecurity or many others, none of these stop at borders. They all are too big and too complex for any one of us to solve alone. And the consequences of putting narrow self-interest over solidarity or unilateral action over mutual cooperation could be quite catastrophic. And I was at the high-level meeting of the General Assembly in New York just 2 weeks ago, and the Secretary General warned world leaders. He said, we are sleepwalking towards disaster. And so it seems to us that, against this kind of backdrop, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development represents both humanity's highest aspirations, but also a common framework for international collaboration and action around shared challenges and interests. And within that agenda, we see SDG 16, which is on peace, justice, and inclusion with the rule of law at its core, is really key to helping catalyze progress across the entire 2030 agenda. And the principles that are at the heart of Goal 16 are really interwoven across the entire agenda. So those principles are equality, non-discrimination, focus on effective institutions and participatory decision-making, and the commitment, of course, to leaving no one behind. And we believe that it's these common threads that come together to form, if you like, a vision of development that is inclusive, just, and sustainable. And that's what makes the Agenda 2030 truly transformative. And the Secretary General has also reiterated the importance of the SDGs as a central part of his new common agenda, which seeks to renew multilateralism through a new social contract and a global New Deal. But as the young activists reminded us rightly at the Youth for Climate event in Milan, policies and promises need to be accompanied with action. And in that spirit, let me offer 3 concrete ways that the rule of law can advance the 2030 agenda and multilateralism. Firstly, the rule of law can help to promote a more inclusive, just, and sustainable recovery and accelerate progress across all the SDGs. The data shows us clearly that within 18 months, the pandemic has reversed 5 years of progress since the SDGs were adopted. And this has affected us all, but most severely it has affected those already living in conditions of poverty, exclusion, and injustice. And the impact on women and girls has been particularly devastating, and this threatens to roll back decades of hard-won gains on gender equality. And as we all know, the stark difference in vaccination statistics between the developed and developing worlds gives a lie to the statement that we're all in this together and the promise of leaving no one behind. And as WHO has warned us, this vaccine inequity not only slows down economic recovery, but it also increases the risk of newer and more infectious variants that prolong the pandemic for everyone. So we believe the rule of law is critical in effectively managing the crisis and promoting a sustainable recovery. And in particular, people-centered justice systems can empower the least powerful to participate in public decision-making, which helps build trust. Effective laws and institutions are needed to address the multiple and intersecting layers of discrimination faced by women and girls and others who are living in conditions of exclusion. And the rule of law can also help decision makers to balance competing interests fairly and transparently. And it can also ensure that relief efforts benefit intended recipients by preventing corruption. So IDLO has been working with partners around the world to promote such a rule of law based response to the pandemic, and we're committed to scaling up this support. Secondly, the rule of law can help us to transform laws and institutions and make them fit for purpose to tackle current and emerging challenges. I think we all see that traditional instruments of governance are quite ill-suited to handle complex and interrelated issues like climate change, migration, extreme inequality. Emerging technologies are obviously holding a lot of promise, but they also do raise the risk of new forms of inequality and widening the digital divide. So we're committed to promoting effective, fair, and transparent rule-based policies and institutions. And if we take, for example, climate change, I mean, a rule of law approach can help to accelerate transformative, sustainable, and low-carbon development. We need fair, effective, and equitable legal frameworks for adaptation. We need to empower communities to take a lead, helping those most effective to have a voice. And we need really to think about how we set biodiversity and climate-related policies that help to reduce inequalities. And we were very pleased to partner with Asvis in organising a dialogue to highlight this approach at the All for Climate initiative organised by the Italian Ministry for Ecological Transition. My third and final point is that the rule of law can help to renew multilateralism by making it more inclusive, fair, and people-centred. And both the Common Agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals reflect the importance of building new partnerships and promoting whole-of-society approaches. And IDLO is proud that Italy, our host country, our Vice President and also development partner, is a leading supporter of this multi-stakeholder conception of multilateralism. And a concrete example is the SDG 16 conference, which is co-organized by IDLO and the UN's Department of Economic and Social Affairs in partnership with the government of Italy, and has become an important global forum to bring together key actors working on peace, justice, and inclusion to share experiences, good practices, and form new partnerships. And then maybe just to conclude, we see that really we are at a critical juncture, and the choices we make now will make the difference and will shape the kind of world that we build for future generations. In the coming weeks, two important tests will be the G20 Leaders Summit in Rome and COP26 in Glasgow. With the support of partners like Italy and Asvis, IDLO will keep pushing for bold and transformative action at these key meetings and beyond. And working together, as Mr. Stefanini has said, I'm confident that we can overcome the challenges of the present moment to renew multilateralism and to catalyse progress across the Sustainable Development Goals. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We are at the crossroads. I think that is a really important point, and also the two very important meetings that are just about to happen. G20 Summit, which will happen here in Rome, and also COP26 in Glasgow. I would like to turn to you, Mr. Parenti. You're the head of the EU here for Italy and in Italy. I'm curious, you're part of the G20 process, and Ms. Jan Bagel, has talked about this intersection that we have reached now around multilateralism. We've just come from the UN General Assembly, the G20 summit is about to happen, and COP26 is about to happen. What do you think really is this, are we ambitious enough within the multilateral space?
Well, I think the idea, this is working?
I think it is.
Yeah, good. Well, the idea is an ambitious one. I mean, has been recalled on a number of occasions. We had these now in place for what, about 6 years, if I'm wrong, if I'm not mistaken, 6, 7 years. The question is not if the idea is ambitious enough. The question is if are we delivering enough. I think right now, maybe you can discount the fact that I'm working for that institution, that Europe is doing its best to deliver on its promises, both internally and externally throughout its development policies. But it's not an easy debate. I mean, this morning was easily recalled that there are difficulties in Europe, not on the objective itself, not on the ambition, on how to get there. And these difficulties, of course, are not only ours. Now, the COP26, with what I think is an extremely positive drama, let's call it that way, that people like Greta and the young generation that was there maintain the capacity to maintain the attention on all of this, has been a step forward. It has been clear that now we have a bigger involvement of China, possibly, which is necessary. And we have, with the Biden administration, with all the problems, of course, that the previous TV presenter noticed, we have the United States also back in the fold. So these are the three main actors. They're not enough. We need other actors, and we need to bring a different form of development around the world. So I think the question remains, and the COP26 in Glasgow, the summit of the G20 year, are two precious dates on which we need to move from discussing the goal into seriously implementing the goal of 1.5%. What I'm thinking, coming back to your question on ambitions, what I think we cannot find any different solution where we need to not lower our ambition is the 1.5. Going beyond 1.5 has disastrous consequences. Already 1.5 has disastrous consequences.
Well, there are parts of my continent that, that are experiencing already 1.5 degree, disastrous experiences. And Ms. Beagle did talk about, we are in a situation where with this pandemic, we've regressed. The developmental issues that we were hoping to not leave anyone behind. But clearly, there's a challenge. And I'm glad you mentioned China and the US. And what I'm actually really happy about is that the G20, the Italian presidency managed to amplify the sustainable finance task force into a working group, which is amazing. Now, when you think about sustainable finance, do you think that, I think this is important into really moving towards this delivery?
I think it's more than important, is necessary. It's necessary both to help countries in development parts of the world to complete a different development. It's also necessary in the developed world to finance a lot of the transition that will be necessary. I think what is emerging from the discussion over these years is that we have a number of instruments. Some are already developed, some are being developed. I can think about fusion, for example, in terms of energy. This still requires a lot of money. It requires a partnership with the private sector. So finance is necessary, both in terms of investment in third countries and investment in developed economies to change the way we are producing, to change the way we are consuming, to change the way we create energy.
No, brilliant. Talking about the energy question, I want to have that one because I see the timer is ticking there. Talking about energy, I know that the European Union is really wanting to have an ambitious and also really concrete, plan at the table. What is that plan at the table?
Well, the plan is moving to halving CO2, it's been discussed before, by the end of this decade. So more than halving, 55%. And then moving to zero net emission by 2050. How to get there is the subject of discussion. The Commission has made a proposal which basically not exclusively, but reverts around 2 points. One is taxing the production of polluting energy, and the second one is helping the transition, especially for the most socially vulnerable part of the population. Those are the two pillars of the proposal. Both are complicated, both are difficult, and now we have a healthy debate with member states on how to implement what has been a shared goal, that we have to move away from fossil fuels. And if anything, the very huge increase in prices of these days on electricity is a demonstration once more that we need to move away from fossil fuels. If it wasn't for, and honestly, this is a bit of a false discussion because it is for purposes of sustainability, but if it wasn't for the purpose of sustainability, economically makes sense to move away.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm glad you talk about the issue of fossil fuels because IAEA had already talked about, the report that was released not so long ago was talking, we can keep those fossil fuels in the ground and it's doable. So I'm glad that you're having the healthy discussions and figuring out the how. How do we take this forward? The issue of technology is also popping up a lot in terms of how do we have ambition on technology and rightly so, as you say, just technology and fair so that we don't have a cask. What are your thoughts on that, in brief?
Well, we need an answer by technology. We need a different technology to store electricity. Wind power and solar power, by definition, are not 24 hours. So we need batteries. We need longer batteries. We need less polluting batteries. We need other form of technology. I mean, coming here this morning, I was reading the new development of a possible cold fusion. The answer to an increased need of electricity in the future comes from new technology and new applications.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. Grazie mille.
Prego.
I see that Ms. Barbara Kaufman has joined us. Welcome. Lovely to have you on the panel, and thank you so very much for joining us. We would like to hear from you. You're the Director of Employment and Social Governance within the EU Directorate, looking at social affairs inclusion. Could you tell us your thoughts in terms of how do we push the ambition of Agenda 2030 and make sure that multilateralism works for people in a fair and inclusive way?
Good morning, and thank you very much for having me. I'm very pleased because I think it's a very important event. I wanted to say a few words first about the context that we are in and then talk about our ambitions. Some of it was already mentioned just now. Of course, not only about green and digital, but especially the social component on it and what we do indeed to move this forward. And let me start by saying that actually the last 1.5 years have, apart from all the very valuable reports, they are also shown us very clearly how there are links between environmental degradation and people's lives. And of course, in the COVID crisis, we have seen the fact that over 750,000 people's lives were lost. And in Europe alone, and also how actually the pandemic has changed the way of our life. We have seen a deep recession, 6 percentage points decline of GDP. We have seen also a decline in employment, but at the same time, we also have to see that we have realized that this time, contrary to the financial crisis, the EU and member states have responded much more strongly to the crisis with various elements, various instruments, including, for instance, short-time work schemes that kept people in their jobs and also, I mean, not only workers, but also self-employed. So I think these are some good signs also in terms of poverty and inequality. It looks like they have actually not even increased. Although one has to say, when you look more closely, you see, of course, that there are some vulnerable people that may, after all, you know, have been affected, such as people with disabilities, with a migrant background, older people, and the young have also been very much affected. And we have to be very careful going forward to avoid scarring effects. At the same time, the crisis has also shown the possibilities and challenges of the green and digital transitions, because we have moved into a mode of telework. We have seen that there could be some savings of CO2 emissions in this context, and we now must take in our strategy forward, on the one hand, the positive lessons learned, and have also, of course, inclusion and an inclusive recovery in mind. Things look already a bit better in terms of, we have growth forecasts of roughly 5% now for this year, almost, 4.8 to be precise, and 4.5 next year. And we also see that already the labor market is getting better. Actually, we are already seeing first shortages. So in our strategy to go forward, we have, as I said, on the one hand, this inclusion element. On the other hand, we have the transition element. And we've already just heard that we have very clear vision in terms of moving forward with the European Green Deal as our overall strategy for 2050, that we now have intermediate and a climate law that goes with it. We now have also intermediate targets for 2030, and this is still being discussed. And what is very important for us in all this context, and this is what the Commission has stressed from the beginning, we have to make sure that the transition is fair, and we leave nobody behind. And that means, for instance, also in the package of the Fit for 55 that the Commission put forward in July, 13 different initiatives. They include in the design already some elements to protect vulnerable households, to protect firms, and also there's a new proposal for social climate fund to shield vulnerable households, transport users, micro enterprises. Now, I should also say just a word that next to the green transition, for us, it's also key that we have to move forward in the digital transition to make sure at the same time, when we invest in these key technologies, that we have a human-centered approach. And of course, in this context, besides the infrastructure investment, a key element is investing in skills. And by the way, investment in skills is also a key element in the green economy. And I think it will bring us forward also in the sense that green skills tend to be also in the middle income sphere, and therefore we could avoid the segmentation that is going normally is accompanying the digital transition. So now focusing a bit more on the social, I think it is key, of course, to stress that we have a wonderful framework, the European Pillar of Social Rights, with its 20 principles, and now since March a new action plan that was welcomed by EU leaders at the highest level in Porto in May. It has 3 new headline targets that sort of are next to the green and digital targets for 2030. It's an employment rate of 78%. It's adult skills of 60% of adults that would be in training by 2030 every year. And it's also aiming to reduce at least 15 million out of risk of poverty and social exclusion, all that by 2030. So this is our strong social component, together with 75 actions to promote, for instance, to reduce the gender employment gap, to include people with disabilities, so a very strong inclusion element, to promote job-to-job transitions, especially also into the green and the digital economy, and also a framework, for instance, on health and safety at work. There are also elements, a whole skills agenda where I cannot go into the detail, but looking at skills needed in the labor market or reaching out in the different ecosystems to make sure that we get the right skills now through reskilling and upskilling. And finally, when it comes to the poverty reduction, of course, it's also key that we have elements like the European Child Guarantee, the Youth Guarantee, and many other inclusion strategies, for instance, for the Roma. So, in terms of funding, we have a new instrument called Next Generation EU with 800 billion in terms of current prices, and in there you have especially the Recovery and Resilience Facility that provides strong incentives for green and digital transitions, but also in terms of social inclusions. And we are pleased that the plans that we have seen so far from member states have roughly 30% of expenditure allocated to the social sphere. I don't have the time to mention the many other funds, but of course there's a social fund, there's a Just Transition Fund, and so I think you see that in all that, in our recovery, the fairness element and incentives to fair, green and digital transition is key. What I would finally like to say before I stop is that the kind of strategy that we have backed by our instrument is also something that we now, of course, roll out externally, and you will find similar elements in our cooperation instruments, for instance, with the Western Balkans, but also the whole neighborhood. And from that point of view, we have these incentives for the green transition, the digital transitions, but I think we are increasingly also looking in these cooperation instruments at the fairness aspect. So obviously we are happy that all these elements are also promoted through G7, G20. Italy is playing a key role in this context. And for instance, also at the COP, we are planning to organize an event on fair transition.
Thank you so much. No, thank you so very much, Ms. Kaufman. That was really important to realize that even as the world has plunged into this very dire crisis, there is hope with its rethinking, new skills, health mechanisms and systems. Thank you so very much. I want to thank all the three of you. If we can give them a round of applause for all of us here in Rome. Thank you very much. And we're now going to transition to a fantastic video that will be streaming in very shortly as our three speakers. Thank you very much. Grazie. We're going to have now a video by Gail E. Smith, the U.S. Department Coordinator for Global COVID-19 response. If the video can actually be shared, please.
Hi to everybody at the Italian Sustainable Development Festival, and a special thanks to the Italian Sustainable Development Alliance for inviting me to join you briefly and virtually. First off, I want to say thanks to everybody today. Thanks for your commitment, your determination, and everything you're doing. Look, I think we all know that the global COVID pandemic has made our work towards attaining the SDGs even harder. But I want to tell you what we are doing and are prepared to do. Our first pledge is we will continue to work with all of you to fight this pandemic. I'm proud that the United States has shared from our own doses 170 million vaccines with people in 100 countries, and that we have now bought and donated to COVAX 1 billion vaccines. We will continue to share vaccines and work with the international community to make sure that we get the world vaccinated and meet ambitious targets. But we also want to support communities and countries on vaccine readiness to make sure those vaccines get to communities. We want to support communities as they deal with surges in the virus. But the second part of my pledge is that we're not going to let up our work on the SDGs. That's why in the case of HIV and AIDS, for example, where we've made tremendous strides over the last many years in beating back that epidemic, PEPFAR is not only continuing the fight on HIV and AIDS, but is also supporting the work to end the pandemic. We can do these things together, And in saying that, let me share with you something that the President of the United States said just recently when he convened world leaders in a summit to drive the momentum that we need to make sure we're not just doing more, but we're doing enough to end the pandemic. What he said then, it's going to take all of us. We're prepared to lead, but it's going to take governments, international institutions, the private sector, NGOs, philanthropy, and citizens. It's going to take us, and it's going to take all of you. So we're grateful to be in this fight with you together. We're grateful for everything you do, and let's just keep it up and get it done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's a fantastic presentation there. We're not going to let up on those SDGs. This next panel is very exciting, and so we're going to dig deeper into the whole multilateral space. So I'd like to invite the next panel. We've got Gemma, who's coming from Apia, from Asvis, and we've also got Agostino Inguscio, who's the Senior Climate Change Sherpa, and Luca Mastrepieri. Great to have you over. And we're going to have Alberta. Buongiorno. We're going to have Alberta Pellino, who is going to be joining us live stream. This is really exciting. Agenda 2030. Welcome. I'm really, really excited to have this panel because we're now going to dig a bit deeper, and really lovely to see you, Agostino, Signor Mastrepieri. Lovely to have you here as well, and also Gemma. We're now going to dig a bit deeper. Luca, Agostino, and Gemma. I want to start with you, Gemma. You are with Asvis, and you've been really working on the Agenda 17, which is a very critical SDG in the whole agenda, looking at partnerships. Why are partnerships so critical and so important for multilateralism?
Well, in effect, I'm coordinating the Asvis working group on Goal 17 on global partnership on behalf of the AOE, which is the Association of Italian NGO and Solidarity Organization. And our group is composed basically by international NGOs and foundations involved in development cooperation. So in this sense, we have one foot in the countries where we run the project in our development partner countries, and we have one foot in the global arena of discussion about sustainable development and all the development discussion. So this allows us, to have the double feeling how things are going globally and how things are going really in the countries. Well, last year, in some days, I was opening the event at the festival, which was focused on global health, of course, because of the pandemics. And I remember that I was introducing, saying that multilateralism was at its lowest point since ever. It was the time of hard Brexit, of Donald Trump refusing to finance, to give the contribution to the WHO. It was a time when many leaders in the world were saying, my country first, in the global north and the global south. But now, after 1 year, and after, or even in the pandemics, it seems that, the landscape has changed. Just a few weeks ago, the Secretary General of UN launched the report, Our Common Agenda, Reinvigorating Multilateralism, where it's shown how multilateralism is essential in 12 areas where the agenda should be implemented. But I am also concerned about the volatility of this approach. Last year, multilateralism at the lowest point. Today, everybody is calling for multilateralism. I think we have to make a reflection on which kind of multilateralism we want. We want a democratic, people-centered, society-centered multilateralism. I mean, we need a fair balance between multilateralism and the multi-stakeholder approach, the multi-stakeholder system. There are challenges in both these aspects. For instance, multilateralism, we know, have the risk of fragmentation. 40 years ago, in the field of development cooperation, each recipient country had, in average, 12 donors. Today, we have globally more than 230 international organizations, global fund, trust fund, public-private platform, some of them working very well, but also creating a fragmentation. For instance, in this day, the Civil 20, which is the engagement group of the civil society, is criticizing and is very skeptical about the proposal that we are hearing in the G20 to create a global health threat fund. Because many of the organizations feel that there is already the global fund to fight AIDS, TB, and malaria, which is multi-stakeholder and multilateral, which has proved to be very effective against pandemics, which is already structured at the global level, and in each country participating, they have, this system of multi-stakeholder system in each country. So I know that tomorrow this concern will be brought to the attention of the G20. So also the multi-stakeholder approach has some challenges. One is the balance of powers among the different actors and constituency. Last month, hundreds of scientists and organizations boycotted the Food System Summit because they felt that the agribusiness was having, an overwhelming audience in that summit. And another problem is the so-called gatekeeper. Who is deciding the legitimacy and the representativity of organizations invited to sit in the different, multi-stakeholder arena? So, as I said, we as civil society and as the working group on global partnership, we call for a very democratic and rooted in legitimate space, like the United Nations system for all multilateral action. They are very important, the G20 and the other platforms where they can have, the political vision, the political leadership. For instance, Minister Di Maio mentioned the debt question, which has been ambitiously raised by the G20. But of course, the problem of the debt cannot be solved in the G20. It should be solved into the United Nations system with global agreement, international recognized agreement. So what I want to say, multilateral approach, we are very happy, which are reviving, reinvigorating, as Guterres said. But we think there are still some challenges to be addressed for that, to work for the Agenda 2030.
No, thank you so much for that, because we segue very nicely to Agostino because of the G20. You're raising the point that the matters that are emerging now, the legitimacy, the inclusivity, having this neutral brokering and also the convening power of the UN should be amplified, but also made sure that this balance of power is dealt with, because it's problematic, manifested in what you referenced with the Food System Summit. The G20 theme, people, planet, and prosperity. It's really exciting to see how the Italian presidency has really been pushing its agenda and making sure and being very ambitious, action-orientated. What are your thoughts, especially building a bit on what Gemma has referenced to?
First of all, thank you Musonda, thank you Gemma, and thank you President Stefanini for having me here, and also on behalf, of course, of the Sherpa office and the Prime Minister, it's an honor to be here today. So Gemma raised very valid points, and I think essentially this is historically very true, that multilateralism always suffers a pushback in moments of extreme crisis, because our first natural instinct, at least mine, and I think it's a human instinct, is to try and fix things alone. So we are faced by something that is difficult, unprecedented, you name it, and our first instinct is to retrench a little bit beyond our borders. And I think this was very clear over the last few years. And what we can see that afterwards, right, when the dynamics and the complexity of the problems at the global level strikes us, then if politics allows, we return to an effective multilateralism. So in terms of the role of the G20, but also the role, of course, of Asvis and the civil society and so forth, well, I think our role is essentially to try and shrink a little bit the problem, right? So it's try to essentially address things that seem so, unaddressable at a scale that is manageable. So, of course, as this crisis become more and more complex, then the role of the civil society, the T20, academia, international partners, right? We heard John Bagel and so forth, becomes quintessential, right? Because it's not possible to think that in a Sherpa office, there are 4 women and men that essentially know the ropes of all of this. So my thinking is that G20, at least how I sort of pursed my work during this year, is that G20 can be an effective engine at the center of legitimate, as Gemma said, multilateral engagement. So, for instance, I am the policy lead on climate change, and of course, at the beginning of the year and throughout the G20 process during the years, there is always this typical pushback, right, which is saying, well, why are we discussing these issues here, right? We should discuss these issues at Glasgow. We should discuss these issues in Madrid, at Katowice, you name it, right? And in multilateral affairs, I always found that this approach is a little bit is the approach that is taken oftentimes when we don't really want to decide on something, right? So we push it to a level where essentially the complexity again becomes such that it's very hard to take action. So for us, it's clear that the Paris Agreement is our constitution, right? So it's what we have to strengthen and enforce. First of all, as Antonio Parenti said before, our objective is clear, should be 1.5, because the findings since the ratification of the Paris Agreement tell us that a world at 1.5 degrees is a very different world from a world at 2 degrees. So we think that, for instance, the role of the G20 could be that, right? The role of the G20 could be a coalition of ambitions within the COP26 and the COP process to try and keep the objectives of the Paris Agreement within reach. As Gemma said, this is all about politics, right? So this is all about mobilizing some pretty crucial players. They are by no means completely representative, of course, right? So there are 20 or 20 odds considering invited countries that have, of course, a lot to say on this because they account for 75 or even 80% of global emissions. We have countries that are global energy producers, global energy importers. We have countries at different levels of development. So, we can hear the various, I wouldn't say that it's a mini COP, but it's certainly a place where, again, as I said before, we can shrink the problem to a manageable dimension. And at that point, the question is, what are these leaders willing to do for real, right? Because they are around this table and they will have to basically say, right, yes, of course, we recognize, we really want to implement the Paris Agreement. Everyone says that. But what does that imply in terms of energy choices, climate choices, social choices, financial choices?
The how.
The how. As you've seen, I think through G20 and COP26, Italy really has become a little bit of an engine within this process, right? So you've seen our president of the Council of Ministers, Mario Draghi, at pre-COP or at UNGA, at the climate moment that was organized by Secretary General Gutierrez, speaking very clearly about the fact that we need to act now, we need to act in a way that is socially acceptable, we need to mobilize finance. So I think the political willingness in this particular year is certainly there. And we need to work on this extra mile that we have, 3 weeks in front of us. And there are 3 weeks where, again, there is this positive feedback loop, right, between multilateral agenda and G20 agenda, because a lot of the progresses that we've seen in these weeks come from the work done during the United Nations General Assembly, where some countries made very bold and important statements that now we're trying to capitalize at the G20 level.
So we've got 3 weeks to go. I mean, drum roll, countdown happening. Do you think that Italy might make some ambitious commitments at COP26 for action? I think we have to see.
No, absolutely. I mean, I think this is very clear. I don't spill any secrets, right? So our president, in the conclusion of his speech of the Climate Action Moment in the General Assembly, said very clearly that finance, for instance, is a crucial aspect of a just global transition, and that Italy will pay its fair share in terms of climate finance. So these words, they're not my words, so of course they matter. And now we are, of course, busy to try and make that a reality. We will have other commitments from countries. We are, I think, 3 countries down to being able to say that all G20 countries have updated their ambitious NDCs in view of COP26. So we are really, I hope, doing our best to set a positive stage for Glasgow.
Fantastic. We segue very nicely now to Luca, as the director of the Italian Cooperation on Development, from ambition to action. We would love to hear from you how the action is going to manifest going forward.
Thank you, Musonda. And first of all, let me thank our festival here, because it's a habit now to be here in this part of the year. And as we are a partner of Asvis since our inception, I would like really to thank for giving me the opportunity also today to present how we try to put in the ideas and the policies into action on the ground, because it's what the agency does in many countries of the world. And I would recall that AXE has been collaborating with Asvis since its inception, as I said. The agency is part to several of the alliances working groups, and during this festival, we are organizing several workshops and side events addressing topics as innovative environment-based startups and the use of water resources, our efforts in sustaining gender empowerment, the extraordinary experience of assessing the impact of agricultural supply chain projects in Syria, a scenario of extreme complexity where we've been able to operate thanks to an innovative remote technology-based methods. And concrete field experiences will also be presented in events facilitated by our offices on Ethiopia, Kenya, Jordan, Sudan, Pakistan, and Vietnam. AIX in the past 5 years has witnessed crises and events that will dramatically affect development and international relations in the coming years. I refer to the European migrant crisis that vibrantly demonstrated, on one hand, the need to renew and strengthen our modalities of receiving and protecting refugees, and on the other, the evident urgency of supporting sustainable development processes in the main countries of origin of migration flows. I refer to the pandemic, which once again has embodied the absolute necessity for cooperation among countries to address global problems where bilateral action is manifestly insufficient. At this moment in time, newspapers are overflowed with considerations, appeals, and alarms on the state of the environment. In this respect, let me steal the lines of President Draghi's speech at the Youth for Climate in Milan, pronounced a few days ago, during which he forcefully specified that the ecological transition, like other global phenomena, does not constitute an hypothesis to be evaluated. Rather, it's an utter necessity to be pursued quickly with choral and concerted actions, calling for a multilateral system that operates effectively. And I could be mentioning global crisis of equal momentum or gravity, the recent and painful increase in food insecurity after the curve's encouraging decrease of the last 2 years. I could also proceed referring to ongoing wars and conflict. I was very touched by our Afghan lady who came here to talk about what happened recently in Afghanistan, that keep displacing millions of refugees in fragile countries where resources are already scarce to serve the internal population. And through its 19 field offices across the world, through its historical partners, in premise civil society organizations that I wish to thank for their painstaking efforts, our agency is on the forefront with hundreds of projects through agreements with partner governments and international organizations. Since we are a few days from the pre-COP26 and we are hosted by Asvis that dedicates specific attention to delving into environmental sustainability. Let me spend a few words on the efforts that our agency and the entire Italian cooperation system devote to fully integrate environmental issues within its overall strategy. The 3-year strategic policy document to which we adhere for formulating new projects defines environmental sustainability as a priority theme and provides for specific sectors of intervention for the Italian cooperation. Technical assistance to partner countries for the implementation of the Paris commitments, reduction of climate changing emissions, the fight against desertification, the conservation of biodiversity, the management of risks associated with natural disasters. For the agency, these priorities imply over 60 ongoing programs totaling approximately 380 million euros. Equally important and worth mentioning are the steps we took in further structuring the institutional profile of our agency to tackle environmental issues and in advancing our thematic policies. Internally, we are finalizing new guidelines on environment and climate change that also encompass the mainstreaming of climate finance within ICE's general programming. The guidelines are also accompanied by an environmental impact matrix for the first time within the Italian cooperation. The matrix is a tool to evaluate upstream the environmental impact of all our projects, no matter what they deal, in the planning phase, regardless of whether they are geographically located or to which specific sector they belong to. And externally, we advanced our institutional partnerships by capitalizing on the long-standing collaboration with the Ministry of Environment, now Ministry of Ecological Transition, that has resulted in a convention that designates ICE as an implementing agency of the Ministry's projects and provides for joint and integrated programming. The collaboration with the Ministry further endorsed the Italian candidacy to host the World Water Forum 2024 in Florence and Rome. Let me conclude by underlining again how much the multilateral response to the pandemic has offered a vivid representation to the tight intertwining of cooperation, global challenges, and multilateralism appearing as ingredients of the same recipe. The agency is ready and at the disposal of the Italian cooperation system to uphold the ambitious objectives we committed to regarding environmental protection and sustainability, turning them into the backbone of our programming. Thank you very much.
No, thank you so very much. I really would like to thank all of you, starting with you, Gemma, talking about the role of civil society groups, the partnerships of Asvis, reflected through why we need to talk about legitimacy and inclusion, and coming to you, Agostino, really reflecting on going on the road to COP26, how we making sure that we do what we need to do and have that level of ambition, moving from ambition to action, as Luca has just mentioned, this 380 million investments and making sure that you do what you need to do in all the countries you mentioned, Jordan, Pakistan, Ethiopia, Kenya. Fantastic. I'm really, really grateful for this inclusion and your contribution to this festival, and a round of applause for our panelists before I invite the next round of panelists. Thank you very much. Grazie mille.
Thank you.
I can see that we do have Alberta. For those of you who are here in Rome, you were able to see our panelists, and for all those of you streaming, we now turn to Alberta, who's joining us. Alberta, how are you? Thank you so much. You are Youth Voice, part of the Youth 20 of the G20. We would like to hear from you and really your thoughts on why multilateralism matters.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the floor, and thank you very much for the invite. I'm the founder of the Young Ambassadors Society, that is the association that is committed to put young people at the center of decision making by building a bridge between youth and global political institutions. And together with a global network of international associations, we are one of the founding members of the U20 and U7, that are the G20 and G7 official engagement groups for young people. And in particular this year, in occasion of the G20 Italian presidency, which are the U20 Italy, with the support of the Italian Sherpa and Agostino there on the stage today, that I thank again for all the support. We address different themes this year, from sustainability to climate change, innovation and future work, but also culture, education, health and equal opportunities. And we brought our proposals to the G20 Health, G20 Culture, Environment, Employment, Education ministerial meetings. We started the process at the beginning of the year, and we hosted consultation sessions with more than 100 youth associations, representing more than 1 million of young people globally. In particular, environment and sustainability have been very important priorities for the U20 this year. Sustainability and circular economy are topics that interest and concern young people. This clearly emerged from a large consultation that we conducted last year to collect young people's opinions on what priorities should be addressed by the G20 leaders. 87% of the 10,000 young people that participated in the survey said that sustainability and protecting our planet should be the top priority for our leaders at the global level. We strongly believe that young people represent an invaluable resource from governments to accelerate the transition toward a greener and sustainable world. The transition from a linear to a circular economy can only start from a cultural transition, where a new and modern education system can really play a double role. Firstly, both from a formal and informal education are an important component to build awareness about all the environmental threats of the present and the future. And also this is where we should start to build a society that is based on more sustainable lifestyles that use products and natural resources like water more carefully. Also, we think that education is the key to train people, and also in particular young people, that are able to promote and implement sustainable green economy models that at the same time to perform research and develop sustainable innovation that is fundamental for our future. For this reason, we hope to see more STEM, sustainability, soft green skills courses in primary and secondary schools in order to develop skills needed for the green jobs. Moreover, we think that it's extremely important to empower consumers, making sure they have the right information about how products are produced, distributed, and make it easy for people to choose products that are more sustainable. Scientific research and sustainable innovation should be recognized as fundamental tools to build awareness and to address climate change. Here, the role of young people is crucial as creators of innovative solutions. Today, young people are not only the victims of climate change, but they are key contributors and resources to the communities. They are agents of positive change to build a sustainable future. Young people are, for example, involved in social entrepreneurship projects such as green startups, social impactful businesses. However, for many of them, bureaucracy and access to finance is still identified as the main barrier for scalable solutions. We work very closely with the Italian presidency. We presented our recommendation to the Sherpa and to different ministerial meetings, bringing young people voices into this G20 Italian process. Those are some of the themes that we focused this year on the U20, but there are more information of the activities on the U20 or Young Ambassadors Society website or social media. I thank you very much again for the invite, and I hope that I will keep collaborating with you in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Alberta. I think just listening to her talking about the need for innovation, the need to reflect around finance, sustainable finance, but also why it's important to have this just transition, and also the importance of inclusivity, young voices. We saw and listened in from Minister Cingolani in terms of how he was listening to these young voices in Milan at the pre-COP. And I really mentioned something that is so important and very critical around the consumers. You know, how do we, our sustainable consumption patterns and rethinking the kind of planet we are leaving, the next generation, what does that actually mean? I'm really glad that you also raised the point around climate change and why this matters, and why this inclusivity, why you need to be at the table and not just be at the table, because you will be that future that faces the repercussions and implications of this crisis that we are now facing. And it was really great because Gemma made reference to it, and also DG Biggle made reference to youth and women as they are being the plight and really having the severe implications and impact around this. I would like us to give a round of applause to Gemma, Alberta, I beg your pardon, because she really raised those very valid and important points. In this next session, we're going to now really start exploring and looking at some ideas of innovation. And I'm so excited because what this pandemic has shown us is that we need to reflect in terms of how we deal with our sustainability. And as the theme of this festive is really focusing on the synergies of COP26, the Dubai Expo, and also the G20, it's really exciting to see that they're private sector entities that are engaged, young and old, and people who've had substantive and extensive experience, and also connected to things that are really much in what we're wearing: jewelry, value chains, coffee, some really exciting stuff that we're going to hear about. I'd love to invite to the podium Gaetano Cavalieri, and I would like to invite Marco Patuano, Francesco Tramontin, and with this panel of gentlemen, I'm really absolutely excited. Thank you very much for coming to this panel. I would love to start with you, Gaetano. You're the president of the World Jewelry Confederation. I'm a fan of jewels, but I really would love to understand this element of sustainability, value chains, why they matter, and really how do we rethink sustainability in your sector?
Well, we represent the entire pipeline of the industry from mine to retail. And we are setting the standard since 1926.
Wow.
We are very focused on sustainability in general since, I would say, the late 90s. And we start with what is known the Kimberley process, which is the system of control and traceability from the rough diamond mined on the ground, and the final part, which is the most important part, which is the consumer. Mm-hmm. Due to this fact, we start working with the United Nations, with the Global Compact, and with the OECD, since many years, and we became ourselves an NGO with special consultative status with the UN Economic and Social Council. So we not only show, but we took action, being ourselves truly committed, heavily committed to the MDGs and SDGs. Mm-hmm. So we were part of the MDGs, and now we are part of the SDGs. What we do practically. First of all, I would like to underline the number 1 goal and the number 17. We start from the beginning and from the end. The number 1 goal is eradicate poverty. So what we have been able up to now to do to contribute to this goal. We start moving on with a program based with consideration, high consideration of the people on the ground. Mm-hmm. On the ground in areas which are not so comfortable as the mining area are, in order to let them have better condition of work, better condition of life within the work, and better condition of life towards their children and towards the health. What we have done. Schools, hospital. We have put our mining companies in condition to have a system of better air conditioning within the mine, because it's not exactly like, you know, I go to the office, I switch on air conditioning and that's it. It's not exactly like this. And overall, we have also pushed for the condition, particularly of the women. And I pass on to the goal number 5, which is gender equality. But before doing it, I go back to the 17 and partnering with other entities, not only NGOs, but entities, and we are very, very happy and delighted to partner with Asvis, and I want to take the opportunity to thank the President here for the fact that they have been so nice to let us contribute in the preparation of the document that the President has shown this morning, and not only that, but to continue our commitment towards what we have to do. So the goal number 1, eradicate the poverty, is going towards the 17, passing one by one the other goals. And was mentioned this morning that Italy is not in the first position for a life underwater. Well, we are. We are, because we have committed ourselves through our members, specifically in Australia, in Japan, in the southern part of China, in the Philippines, in the area of Mexico's and the Caribbean, in order to, or South Sea Polynesian area, because in that part of the world there are the pearl culture, and the pearl culture, the oysters, need a better quality of water. So we have intervened directly in order that more than 100 species of fishes are back in 10 years. The water is absolutely clean. I was not able to believe, so what I did, I jumped on a plane, I went, and I saw myself what's going on in that area, and it's unbelievable. So the fact that you can see, as we are seeing constantly, the result of our work in order to bring better life conditions in general, this is something that gives emotion and pay us back for the works and the sacrifice that we are doing, and push our members to do that. On the other side, we can also go back to, let's say, the sustainable consumption, the responsible sourcing, the responsible processing. So all those areas that are touching somehow each one of the 17 goals in order to bring new activities, but overall to give the example how to follow. We are preparing in this moment, and this is something that I'm going to say, of which I am very, very proud. We are working since a few years with sustaining associations in the sub-Sahara area, and from that down to South Africa, Namibia, Botswana, in order to create condition through our standard and through our educational system to give to all these people the possibility to grow themselves, and let them be entrepreneurs of themselves. Because when we decided at the time how to help the people, which unfortunately are less fortunate as we are, what we have to do is bring there the tools, the right tools, in order to let them grow. So start the economy to grow in order to let them start whatever enterprise, whatever activity, through our educational system, through our people, and we all serve pro bono. We all serve pro bono. So that means that the commitment we have is truly heavy on the field. So I mean, I have assisted many times, you know, a wonderful declaration, and I don't want to go back to what the minister said before, but we took action apart the declaration of intent, but the declaration of action. And the proof of our declaration of action has been followed up by a serious concrete action. So we are very happy to contribute, and obviously we are ready to partner with all the organization, companies, public and private, in order to give more contribution, because still we truly believe that the most important elements has to come. We are the only organization in our industry to be certified since 7 or 8 years as carbon neutral footprint.
Wow.
Is not something that you know, apparently is so easy, because we have to make pile of documents in order to prove what we do. But still, we are committed to action, and today more than ever.
No, fantastic. You moved away from intent to action. And I was really glad to hear about you creating entrepreneurship, empowering communities and young people, and just seeing, you know, what has been done. And congratulations on being carbon neutral organization. This is actually very enlightening, and this is what we want to see in this festival of sustainability. I would love to move over to you, Marco Petuano. You're the president of A2A, and talking about sustainability in your organization, can you tell the world out there why, you know, innovation matters?
Thank you for this possibility of having this talk. Sustainability has to start from the real ground of the business, and we are not as global. We act local, even though the concept of local has to be better tuned. We are the second power generator in Italy, and we are the first in waste treatment in Italy, among the top 5 in Europe. So we are fairly big. And this is the first time that our company starts talking about the sustainable goals and the sustainability during the elaboration of the business plan. And we started making not any longer a short-term business plan, but a long-term business plan. It's a sort of a 10-year business plan. And why? Because in our industry, and let me say in general, when you talk about power generation and waste treatment, you have to include necessarily the technological innovation. And to tell you the absolute truth, there are several options that today we are working on, but it's not clear where the world will go. What is sure is that the world is not going to be all white or all black. It's a tone of gray. So there will be a mix of sources, but there are some clear elements that have to be included. So we need to generate more power, so more electricity, because the world is going to use more electricity. But we have to face several realities all across the planet. We have more people, and we have the technology that is using more electricity. And more people, more electricity demands for more generation. Now, we cannot continue to generate the power using unsustainable sources or non-renewable sources. The effect is to reach the goal of the carbon neutral or the carbon neutrality, or to reduce the carbon footprint. But how to go from here to there? It's pure fantasy to say that we will eliminate completely oil and gas. We will not completely eliminate oil and gas, if not in the very long term. He's going to use hydrogen, he's going to use biomethane, he's going to use solar, wind. The unique correct answer is yes, a bit of everything. There will be everything. So in order to let it happen, what we need to do is, one, we need to work on innovation. We need to invest on innovation. And second, we need to put more money at work. In order to put, the problem today is not to put more money at work. So in our business plan, in the next 10 years, we are going to invest 16 billion euro. Let me say 60-40 between power generation, or if you prefer, energy transition, and circular economy. Circular economy is tremendously important. A very simple number, very, very stupid and very simple. So, you know, the easy number that everybody will remember. Each of us, every year, makes 0.5 ton of waste. So we make 2 tons among the 4 of us. You say, come on, I'm not making 0.5 ton of waste. It's 1.5 kilo per day. Believe me, my family makes much more. Okay, so it's we are a small medium enterprise now. What we do with this, with all this waste? We are 60 million people in Italy, so it means 30 million tons of waste. And I'm only talking about people. So then you have to add the industrial waste. Industrial waste is much more. We are well above 100. So it's million tons. So we have to do something. So if you take what's happening is everybody knows about the Earth Overshoot Day. So what we can do in order to regain time, we have to consider the waste as a resource. With the paper, I will do the paper, but if I do the paper with waste paper, I can avoid to use, I make it very simple, trees. If with the glass I make new glass, I can avoid using the resources of the earth. But what we need are investments, plants, in order to treat the material. That's not the magic. There is no magic. There's only hard work and investments. And hard work is technological work, and we started intense cooperation with the engineering faculties, with the biology faculties, with the universities in Italy, and not only in Italy. When you talk about innovation, gender disequality is a nonsense. A good idea is a good idea. A brilliant mind is a brilliant mind. There's no gender. It's crazy to think about gender in this case. But we have to do something. Our industry is tremendously technologically driven. And unfortunately, the technological world at the academy is still gender unequal. So we are pushing in order to give to beautiful female minds. Go there. You have the world in front of you. And it's a beautiful career possibility. We are working on a better lifetime balance. So if you need to bring it in. Last, quite important, as you were saying, we try to stay close to the communities. We try to stay close to the communities. We are deeply inside the communities because what we do, everything we do, ends with an impact on the quality of your life. A clean city is a better city. Exactly. Clean air is healthy air. No waste of water is not only no waste of water, is a better planet. So everything we do. So we started from our mission. Our mission is not any longer to be a utility company. We say we are a life company. So we are deeply involved with the life. And in order to stay very close to the communities, we are expanding the projects of our foundations. We have 3 foundations. And we decided, for example, to give to the foundation not anymore a 1-year budget, but we give them a 3-year budget. So they know that they have money for 3 years. Because some projects cannot be explored in a single year.
Right.
So if you know that you have money for 3 years and the project is a multi-year project, no problem, you have money. So you can do it, you can put the money at work. There's a lot still to do, but you know, the way to China is one step at a time. So one step at a time we will arrive.
Indeed. No, thank you so much. I mean, you raise a very valid point because, you know, just speaking to being a woman and a scientist, you know, we've been talking a lot about how do we include women in STEM and making sure that they're part of research for these everyday solutions that we need in our society. That 1.5 kilos a day waste is a bit scary. And I think we need to visualize it and make sure that we understand that we are also part of the problem.
Believe me, it's not bigger than that box.
But it's, I mean, it's cumulative, right?
Yeah.
And it's problematic. I'd love to turn to you, Francesco. Oh, the Ferrero chocolate is delicious. I mean, for me, I'm obsessed, and I have to hide it away from my children because I'm always a bit nervous that, you know, they'll go for it. Ferrero, you're the one of the leaders there and vice president. And tell us a bit more how the pandemic affected your business.
Yeah, I mean, to a certain extent, and also in the spirit of kind of bringing the ambition into action, it was a bit of a moment of truth for our sustainability work within the company. I mean, I say it for Ferrero, but I know it was probably the same for many other food companies because, I mean, food businesses kept on running their factories through the pandemic. And this is because, as you say, I mean, people like chocolate and many other things. And so the business needed to be going. I mean, we needed to deliver the products to consumer that wanted it in the, what is it now, I think 170 countries where we sell it in the world. And I mean, that in itself may sound like good news, but the context of it was totally different and actually made us rethink sustainability in a way that's less about the long-term goals. I mean, those, they play a role, but more about doing things right in the moment. And just let me give you an example, and then I'll focus on some elements which are relevant to this conversation today in particular. So, I mean, first of all, I mean, obviously, factories were running. We needed to keep people safe, people that work in our factories. And in the context of a rapidly changing situation, as we've seen, especially in the first months, it was not easy. And that's the start of it, because again, either we produce our chocolate, otherwise it doesn't go anywhere. So that was a starting point. The second point is getting the stuff in stores. And you know, again, the first months, it was a whole set of new regulatory frameworks, and within lockdown, shipping the products in itself was very hard. Either you operate a system which is efficient, flexible, otherwise it just doesn't work. And then the third element, which I will actually focus a little bit today, is that for the type of business we are in, obviously we rely on high quality ingredients. We source cocoa, we source hazelnuts, we source palm oil. There's all type of raw material that we need to produce our products. Now, the integrity of that supply chain was threatened. And it was threatened, again, in this case, not only the logistics, but in case of some of the supply chain, they are very vulnerable, and I'm not hiding that fact. Mm-hmm. So the way we do our sourcing within our business, basically when I talk about the moment of truth, at that point, either it was working or not. Now, in the case of Ferrero, since years we've started buying direct most of our ingredients, so not kind of processed products. We started creating system of rewarding the farmers for what we asked them to do from a sustainability perspective. And in that moment, those things pay off. Mm-hmm. It's less about our CSR report, but more about keeping the machine running. And when I talk about machine, it's not only us, but it's from farmers to consumers. So in that sense, we proved that we had the right focus, but also we had to focus on the right things. And then again, I mentioned the part linked to agricultural raw material because that's where we need to continue to invest.
Great.
And it's also very vulnerable.
No, that's a really important point. And I think you also raised the point of making sure that you kept people safe.
Yeah.
And how the value chains were disrupted. And we know, you talked about SDG 17, the power of partnerships and collaborating. How are you really dependent on that?
We are totally dependent. That's an interesting one because when you've been active like we are for years in some of these value chains, which have problems and problems we've worked along with industry partners and civil society to address. I mean, all this work is based on partnership. And actually what we do today is fairly developed in terms of partnership, in terms of tools that we have. I mean, in a past job, I worked with your organization actually on governance in Southeast Asia. I mean, today we have worked with the suppliers that looks into, for example, cocoa communities, its genders and labor conditions. So partnerships are very well developed. So the question is, what is next? And to me, what is next, I'm surprised it wasn't mentioned as much today, which will catalyze, I think, even more collaboration, is actually legislation.
Right.
So we have at European level, and I speak for our sectors, a whole set of new rules on corporate due diligence. We have new rules on imported deforestation. And I think the traditional stance of business said, oh my God, now I'm getting regulated. The reality, we've got to a point that we think this is a great opportunity. Legal certainties, basically request to the free riders, those who don't do all these things, to actually start doing things and provide that transparency. And then again, being somehow forced to cooperate even more, because we live in a competitive world. So we cooperate, but there's still always a resistance. So we look at this legislation with big hopes. It's been developed at European level, but there's some member states that are getting ahead, for example.
No, this is fantastic. I'm really glad that you talk about the issue of legislation and why it's important. I think we're working, as UNDP, we've been working with Lavazza to talk about deforestation-free commodities on coffee. And I would love to hear your thoughts on how do you measure that progress? Because I think that's an important point.
I mean, it's also fundamental because I think the way we measure it today is in a very, I would say, corporate manner. Again, we have long-term goals, we set KPIs, but the reality, and I speak especially for food, is also very local. A big part of the sector is done by smaller companies or the farmers. So I think we just need to be creative in finding a way to measure progress that goes beyond the measuring corporate goals. It's fundamental. I mean, a little bit kind of I would say, the private sector equivalent of what we've seen at the beginning of the presentation. We need to do it, but we need to do it in a very inclusive manner. Because, I mean, big companies are impactful, like Ferrero is, but the reality is that the sector is much bigger than that. And the way we measure impact on a smaller business is very different than a bigger business.
No, I think all three of you have really talked about the importance of collaboration. I think this pandemic has really taught us one thing. We cannot afford to be in that pre-pandemic world that was incredibly competitive and problematic. Last thoughts on, you said a very good point in terms of this festival should be talking about where are we going, where do we want to go, where do we want to see ourselves? Last thought.
Where do I want to see myself?
No, as Ferrero, in terms of sustainability, that road towards COP26, post-COP26.
Well, my thought is that there shouldn't be consumer choice on sustainability negatives, which means policy needs to kick in, and then business and good business should basically add the cherry on the cake of virtuous values chains. Now, this is an end state, but as I said before, we should act now just by building that type of action and system that allow us to run well our business.
Brilliant. Last thought, Kaita.
Well, the pandemic has shown us overnight a completely different world. We went to sleep in a world and we woke up in a completely different world. Meaning that the virus has the ideas, has no border.
Exactly.
The virus has the idea go throughout the world exactly in the same way. And what at least we in our industry felt to do was how we can support our people all around the world. I mean, we represent millions of people, and it's important that we support because, you know, the big companies, they have enough finance or enough credit to overcome bad period, but the medium and small one has not the same resources. So we had to do that, and we were very, very happy to do that because we gave them an extra opportunity through our educational program. And we were broadcasting webinars every day, twice a day, because the east side of the world and the west side of the world, with all our volunteers, top scientists, and we were followed by many 10,000 people, many 10,000 people. And what we were doing, instilling confidence, instilling power, instilling the possibility to go forward without any hesitation. Why? Because each one of the entire community, millions of people, were taking care of the one next to him or her, to the right and to the left, in order to feel them to be part of the big family as we really are. And despite every part of the continents, despite every religion, despite every skin color, despite every latitude and longitude, we were there to help and support. And that has been a great result, and many others were following. So once more and again, we gave the example how to do that.
Great. Last thought.
Well, when we designed our 10-year business plan, you can easily imagine we are managers and we know that in 10 years I will not be the chairman any longer. So we're designing something for the future, and it contains a good part of aspiration, desire, vision, thoughts. At the very beginning, our skepticism was, is it really possible to invest so big money? Because when people believe that the problem is where do I find the money? In this moment, the problem is not the money, is can I do what I want to do? Now, I don't want to use the frame that is a bit stereotyped, that is, let's turn the COVID in an opportunity. But let me say, if Italy wants to invest the money of the EU funds, we need to change our bureaucracy. And in order to change, and if we change our bureaucracy, our dream can become true. So we can invest the 16 billion. And if we invest the 16 billion, we can have to give a tiny contribution to a better planet.
Thank you so very much. An applause for this first part of the panel. Thank you so very much, gentlemen.
Thank you.
We do have another segment of another panel thinking about innovative solutions. Thank you very much. This next panel, of course, due to COVID, we cannot have everybody on this panel. We're going to have another set of two people who are going to be here with us in person, Vittoria and Black. And Paolo Glisenti is going to be joining us virtually. I'm really excited to have listened to the three gentlemen, just really talking about, you know, these value chain systems and what they really mean. I look forward. We'll just move the chairs a little bit again. I think I'm going to move on to the middle. Socially distanced, please. Welcome. a very exciting segment that we're going to have. Do we have Lack von Calwit? Okay, brilliant. I'm glad you're here. Welcome, welcome, Victoria. Good morning, good morning. No, lovely to have you here. I mean, look at these amazing speakers, and I'm so excited to have you on this panel, the three of you. We do have Paolo joining us virtually. The ideas of innovation, you're with one fantastic organization, Bono and others, and sort of looking through this creativity, innovation, having hope going forward with sustainability. Tell us your thoughts.
Yes, well, I am part of one, as you said, and one is a non-partisan global movement campaigning to end extreme poverty and preventable diseases by 2030, so that everyone, everywhere can lead a life of dignity. And as One Youth ambassadors, we are determined to be the protagonists of change for a more inclusive and equal society. And nowadays, one of our priorities is to raise awareness over the importance of an indiscriminate global access to COVID-19 vaccines, because we think that it's the only way to end this pandemic. And at One, we like to define ourselves factivists, because we base our activism on facts. So it's a fact that actually 77% of COVID-19 vaccine doses have gone to wealthy countries, while actually less than 1% of these doses have gone to low-income countries, which is not even enough to cover frontline health workers or those most vulnerable to this virus. So you understand that this response to the pandemic is both immoral and illogical. And according to the analysis made by the One campaign, at the current rate, 60% of the world population live in countries that will not see widespread coverage of COVID-19 vaccines until 2022 or even later. And this is because rich countries are hoarding vaccine doses, and One estimates that G7 countries will have nearly 600 million unused doses at the end of 2021, which is enough to fully vaccinate 50% of the population living in low-income countries. So it is clear that if the virus continues to circulate unchecked, then we will have mutations, and these mutations can possibly be more lethal or more resistant to the vaccines that have been developed and that are currently distributed. So it's in the interest of everyone that vaccines go also to the most vulnerable categories in low-income countries. And in the meantime, remember that many countries across Africa are experiencing a deadly third wave of the virus, which is killing nearly 900 people daily. So having said this, I must say that I am a bit relieved, though, that the Prime Minister, Mario Draghi, has committed to actually increase the amount of doses that Italy will share with COVAX. And so at the COVID summit at the end of September, Mario Draghi announced that we will share an additional 30 million doses up to the 50, on top of the 50 million already designated in May. So this is an important step ahead, and I'm really happy about this. But you know, it's an important step ahead, but it's not the end. So we have a lot to do, and we think that Italy can do more, actually, because COVAX is a very important tool through which we can achieve world immunization faster. So we have to push for sharing these extra vaccine doses with COVAX, and foster also multilateralism. But even with a booster shot program, actually we hope to see that Italy can share all the extra vaccine doses that it has, and not only these 45 million doses. And we hope that also Italy will increase its financial contributions to making all COVID-19 medicines and tools available for everyone, everywhere. In fact, if the vaccine isn't everywhere, this pandemic isn't going anywhere. So we have to remember this, and I would like to stress the importance of a prompt delivery of vaccine shots in these countries that need it the most, because without a global access to vaccines, this pandemic will not end. So the cost of today is that, of course, we will experience a longer pandemic, and we will also experience global economic costs that are higher. But this is just the cost of today, which could also possibly lead to double of deaths. But tomorrow we may also be disadvantaged in facing other crises like climate change or even the preparedness for another pandemic. So how can low-income countries be expected to be partners on the greatest challenges facing our generation today if they are still locked in battle with COVID-19? And then I would like also to stress the importance of a fair economic recovery from this pandemic, because a failure in achieving world immunization would also negatively impact the economic recovery of low-income countries. And it is estimated that the African continent will grow at a pace 2 times slower than the rest of the world, while it should grow at twice the speed of other countries to ensure that youth have equal access to opportunities and therefore to ensure decent growth, decent work and economic growth, which is also one of our SDGs. So we want to achieve this by 2030. And according to the World Bank, this pandemic will push an additional 160 million people in condition of extreme poverty at the end of this year. And also, in 2020, we experienced for the first time since 1990s an increasing trend in the number of people living in extreme poverty. So these are important data we have to take into account, and we have to act for a change. So we need an economic response that is comprehensive and ensures that the most vulnerable countries can invest resources in supporting their citizens. And this is possible through the redistribution of financial resources, such as the special drawing rights, and also new debt relief efforts for low-income countries, which are forced in this emergency to actually spend more in repaying their debts instead of spending on their own healthcare. About special drawing rights, I just would like to mention that of $650 billion allocation, only 3% of them is going to low-income countries, while actually about 70% of these SDRs are destined to G20 countries. So you see the inequality here. We have to transfer these special drawing rights to those who actually need it, because G20 countries don't even need it right now because they have the means to recover from the pandemic alone, while low-income countries do not have these means. And both these things, so this transfer of special drawing rights and debt relief actions, are things on which the G20 can act. And so we want to see changes. We want to see changes also because particularly youth and women will be disproportionately affected by these negative economic effects of the pandemic. And to quote Prime Minister Mario Draghi, the world needs the whole world. So if the pandemic has taught us something, is that global challenges, global problems cannot be solved without global solutions. So we need multilateralism, we need cooperation. And these are the tools through which we can actually achieve also SDGs in less than 10 years, because we don't have a lot of time. So we need urgent and concrete actions to ensure equal access to COVID-19 vaccines and treatments for everyone, everywhere, so as to promote good health for all and avoid exacerbating inequalities among and between countries, so both from the health aspect and the economic aspect. And then I just would like to, conclude with a remark, because we are youth, so we will be the most affected by the decisions that the G20 countries will take. And I think we have already sacrificed a lot in these 2 years, so we wouldn't like to sacrifice our future too, so we need actions, and we ask for action because as much as we can trust words, what we value, as I said, is facts. So we want to see ambitious actions, and also Italy, with the presidency of the G20, has to lead by example, has to be ambitious, and we expect that concrete and urgent steps will be taken in the next future. So To conclude, to conclude this speech, I just would like to give you this quote by Angela Davis that has become my motto recently. And it says that I am no longer accepting the things I cannot change. I'm changing the things I cannot accept. So I think that it is our responsibility to improve our society, and it is our responsibility to act for the things that we cannot accept. And right now, I cannot accept this situation, so I think we have to change.
Okay, thank you so very much for that factivism. That's a new word for me, and it's really, really great. Like, I come to you, Signor Glisenti, thank you so much for joining us and coming on board. I'll just go now to Black and to really tell us, you're the Chief of Staff for the Global Citizen. I mean, after the UNGA, it was really exciting to see all these concerts and talking about sustainability activism. Tell us a bit more about that.
Yeah, indeed. Well, thank you, Musonda, for hosting this and moderating this panel, and thank you for Asvis for giving Global Citizen the opportunity to be here. For those of you who may not be as familiar with Global Citizen, we are an international advocacy organization. For the past decade, we've partnered with wonderful organizations like the One Campaign, the UN, World Food Program, etc., to campaign for governments, corporations, and philanthropists to live up to the promises they've made to all of us when they signed on to the Paris Agreement and most recently to the Sustainable Development Goals. And to do this, as you mentioned, we put on big campaigns, big concerts, and big broadcast specials, really though, not under the guise of celebration. It's under the guise of moving our world leaders to action. We use these platforms as effectively a deadline to get them to step up, come on our stages, and make commitments toward the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. And while we're proud of the commitments we've announced on our stages over the past 10 years, the reality is that prior to the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, the price tag for the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals was upwards of $350 billion annually. And so at the start of this year, we took a hard look, as the facts that Victoria just mentioned, around 160 million people falling back into extreme poverty, 41 million people on the brink of famine right now across the Horn of Africa, Afghanistan, and other places, we decided that we needed to focus our advocacy efforts really on 5 key issues: ending COVID-19 for all, curbing the hunger crisis, resuming education for everyone, protecting the planet, and then ultimately advancing equity for all. And the reason for that is it's a bit of a departure from the global goals in terms of a framing device, but really it was to focus our heads of state because we realized that because of the pandemic, we've fallen so far behind of being on the path to actually achieve the Sustainable Development Goals that we needed to attack these crises that unfortunately aren't waiting politely in turn. They're all converging at the same exact time. And so we launched this campaign at the start of the year, and we really held 2 major events. The first was back in May. It was called Vax Live, the concert to reunite the world. And the purpose of that was to mobilize dollars and doses. Dollars to purchase COVID-19 vaccines and doses to be distributed through the COVAX facility, which we heard about earlier today. And we are excited. Through that campaign, we mobilized 26 million COVID-19 vaccine doses and over $300 million toward the ACT Accelerator to purchase vital medical tools. And while that was incredible, and we're proud of that, we realized that our work couldn't stop there because that's only a fraction, as you heard Victoria talk about, it's only a fraction of the actual need of what needs to be done this year. And so 2 weeks ago, as you mentioned, we hosted Global Citizen Live off the back of the UN General Assembly, which was a 24-hour series of live events and performances from all around the world. Again, not as a celebration, but really we developed the size, the scope, and the scale of that to match the crises we're facing. It was really an opportunity to bring the world together, to show our world leaders that we are united, we do care, and we are taking action. And that's at the core of our model. It's not just about talk, it's about action. And so commitments we saw in working with our partners like One, IFAD, UNFPA, and others, we saw $1.1 billion mobilized for COVID, famine, and climate relief efforts, 60 million COVID-19 vaccine doses, and 157 million trees will be planted because of donations from the private sector. So again, we're incredibly proud of those achievements, but the reality of it is the G20 meeting that's coming up and COP26 that's just off the back of that, that's where the real change needs to happen. And so our calls to action really leading into this, we've kind of heard them all today even from Minister De Maio, is $100 billion needs to be mobilized for climate financing, number one. Number two, we need 1 billion COVID-19 vaccine doses shared with the poorest countries on the planet right now, because it's not an act of charity, if I can say so. It's actually moral. It's a moral injustice that we're still dealing with this. And thirdly is really to address the ongoing hunger crisis that has been exacerbated because of COVID-19. And those three things, we believe, these are the calls to action we're taking into the G20, and then we'll take off the back of that into COP26, because ultimately, as I mentioned earlier, these crises don't wait politely in turn, and we need a true global response, and these are the moments where the world can come together and make change.
No, thank you so very much, and I'm glad that you put that caveat there, that it was not a moment of let's celebrate, but really bringing that visibility to the world in terms of these multiple crises that the world is facing, and really just looking up. I was not even aware of this Vax Live dollars and doses, very catchy, but very important. You know, how do we mobilize and make sure that vaccines are reaching the very people that need them? We are not safe until everyone else is.
That's right. That's absolutely correct.
We're part of a collective, and I think, you know, Gaetano referenced that when he was here, and he said, look, we slept one day in one world and woke up in another. And I think that's a really wake-up call in our world, and we have to be really reflecting. And both of you, I want to hear from you in terms of going towards COP26. I mean, it's incredible that we have back-to-back leadership, G20 and COP26. What's your hope?
Well, I hope to finally can live in a society that is actually sustainable and equal towards everyone in the world. So this is my hope for the future. Mm-hmm. I am optimistic about it, but I think there is a long way to go still. So I really want to see changes. I want to see that politicians, leaders of the world commit to change, because, as you said, this is not an act of charity. This is something we all need to live better. And you know, this is something really we should understand, because my generation, future generations will be greatly affected by this crisis. And right now, it's the time to act, because if we don't act now, then the future is lost. So this is my hope, and I really...
What's your hope, Glenn?
So my hope on this one is not to just say the same thing again. I hope our leaders will act and do their part. But I think if we look at the past 18 months, history's being written right now. And we're at a moment when we talk about global cooperation, in the last panel about multilateralization and working together really underneath this premise of cooperation, is our heads of state, our world leaders have an opportunity to cement themselves in the annals of history of doing the right thing. Mm-hmm. This is a moment where the entire world has been affected. We all understand the crises are out there. This is not about just awareness for the sake of making people more aware. We are already aware. We've been personally affected by any one of these crises over the course of the last 18 months. And I think having that as the key outcome from this, where our world leaders stepped up, took action, and that's what future generations get to look back and read about. How did the world respond in a moment of great crises? That, I think, is our real opportunity. And I think if I can leave it with one quote from the great Nelson Mandela, he mentioned in his Trafalgar Square speech that extreme poverty in this instance is not something that's natural, it's actually man-made. And therefore, the actions of human beings are what's needed to be able to solve it. So I think that's the message I would want our world leaders to carry into the G20 and COP26, is that they can do it. They know what they have to do. They know that they can do it. Now it's just about doing it.
Indeed, they can do it. We're now going to go all the way to Dubai, and we've got Paolo Glisenti. Thank you so much for being patient. We're coming back to you. It's so amazing. We're so very excited about Dubai Expo 2020, and would like to hear from you because you're there. The world is looking to Italy for leadership, and we want to hear from you. How do we go forward in terms of sustainability, multilateralism, innovation, and really advancing the agenda of making everything sustainable and resilient recovery?
Well, thank you for inviting me to your festival day today. I'll tell you, my feeling is that we are in a pillar event here, an anchor event to move forward with the sustainability agenda and goals and discussions. We are working actively, actually, nowadays, in the next 6 months, with Asvis, with the UN, with the Global Compact, with the European Union, and with many of the 190 international participants at Expo, starting from the UK, with which we shared a pre-COP youth summit the other day as the beginning of our activities here. So sustainability is at the core, at the center of Expo 2020 Dubai. And I tell you a few thoughts I put together for sharing with you today. First, Dubai Expo is not the United Arab Emirates Expo. It's an expo that will be mostly visited and participated by countries that are part of the Southeast Asia, the North Africa, the Mediterranean, the Arab worlds. This is a major area, very sensitive to sustainability issues. And I just remind you that 5 hours range from Dubai live within this range 3 billion and 200 million people in a 5 hours flight range. And this population is mostly a young generation of Chinese, Thais, Indonesians, Malaysians, Indians, and Arab youth that are not going to be the beneficiary of policy-making actions, but they will be the main actors of policy-making in the future, in the next few years, on sustainability issue. And this is what here is called the sustainable conscious generation. This is going to be a major discussion here among these people, among these young people, that will dictate in the future the consumer trends and also educational trends for new competence, new skills related to sustainability. The second issue I would like to point out, as it is emerging in Dubai at Expo, is that clearly here the discussion is about how sustainability, resilience, and innovation are. The talks here is about when we will finally reach the zero carbon emission goal in 2050. The world economy will be $25 trillion richer than it is now. Now, this is an amazing goal and objective that shows how much resilience, innovation, and sustainability are at the core of the growth economic agenda. It also shows, of course, how much the social sustainability of this process needs to be at the center of everybody's discussion. And here in Dubai, we're experiencing really a fantastic event for discussing, exchanging experiences, and demonstrating that climate change challenges and energy transition goals are closely connected, and they need a multilateral global response, a multilateral mode, collaborative approach. Also, it is clear from the first few days of Expo that the main topic is going to be how important is to start with an intergenerational approach, and how important will be the role of the young generations in making possible all the sustainability, innovation, and resilience challenges and efforts that we're seeing and we've been discussing. The other day, when we assembled students from many countries here in our pavilion to discuss sustainability issues, there were a group of students that were just back from Milano, from the pre-COP26 Youth Summit, and one of them posted on the social media on his own tag. She posted, I've come to Dubai, to Expo, and I see that this is not blah, blah, blah. These are facts. We hear around facts, and we're witnessing factual discussions and factual proposals. Here, we're going to have sustainability as a transversal issue across the Expo, from this very week, dedicated to climate change, but also the next week dedicated to space, and the following week to urban regeneration, and so forth and so on, and to agro-food issues that really pertain so much to today sustainability challenges and goals. So that I think we're witnessing a fantastic event that will really create a legacy after G20 for future discussion of the world agenda. And here we will see young people from many, many countries initiating and proposing educational activities, initiatives related to new skills that are clearly demanded, needed change issue. You see advocacy campaigns being launched by Inexpo Dubai. You will see policy-making proposals, very practical proposals, not discussion, not talk, as somebody might fear, but very practical proposals. I've seen young people here working on very vertical issues that pertain to residentiality, to social sustainability, to urban regeneration, really with a very practical, determined approach. So I'm glad to be witnessing this, and I will tell you that Italy is at the front, on the front line of this discussion here. We have a pavilion which is the first carbon-free pavilion ever constructed and built, and we will carry forward with many events every day for the 6 months, really proposing the Italian role, Italy's role in pursuing the challenges and the goals that we all are facing and discussing today. So I will be glad to share this with you as we go along in the next few weeks. And I thank you, Asvis, because the cooperation with Asvis is a key element of our programming of events and discussions, and we're going to have a major important event with Asvis in the next few weeks in Dubai. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I know you're very busy, Paolo, but I have a couple of questions for you. I'm really, really excited to see all these topical issues. And just, you know, the other day I Googled and saw the beautiful and stunning pavilion that Italy has, and great to learn that it's a carbon-free pavilion. You talked about intergenerational focus in solving the solutions of sustainability. We have the G20 happening at the end of October, and then right in the hills, very quickly, we go to COP26. What would be your message to the leaders that are meeting there, but what also would be the message to young people that are part of these processes?
To the government officials that are visiting and will be visiting Expo, my suggestion would be come and see pavilions like ours. They are models of future innovative solutions dealing with sustainability, resilience, and innovation. Here you can see physical solutions and findings about how to deal with this. Our pavilion is, I think, an holistic experience of how innovation can bring resilience and sustainability, but there are many others that can be visited. So my suggestion would be to officials from governments and to young people to come here and look directly and have this immersive experience in what innovation is bringing in terms of sustainability and resilience. Also, we have an educational lab permanently, every day, 12 hours a day, occupied by students from all over the countries here to really learn and teach in a laboratory manner, in a learn by doing approach, how to pursue and develop new competences and new skills that are going to be greatly needed in the next few years to pursue resilience and sustainability.
Now, this is fantastic. Bravo on the Innovation Lab every day. Immersion, how do you immerse yourself into a space? I must say, I'm really amazed. At the first time, I just started my role in February, and just going around Italy, going to Milan and seeing a vertical forest. I mean, I've seen it on pictures, but when you see it live, you just suddenly see the innovation and the amazing work that's happening across Italy that we're going to be showcasing there. All the very best with the Expo, and I hope we can check it out in a few months or weeks even, but telling the world out there, how do we understand sustainability? There are these lessons. I want to turn to both of you and just what are your thoughts and the excitement that COP, the Expo, the Dubai Expo, to be exhibiting? Vittorio, last thought. Are you excited?
Yeah, of course, I'm excited. I can't wait to see what actually has to be, exposed to Expo. So I can't wait to see it, and yeah, I'm excited. I hope that actually what was said right now is, yes, it is ambitious, it is innovative, so I'm really happy about that. I hope to see it soon. So
fantastic.
Yeah.
Your thoughts, Black?
Well, I think it's and I think it's another great example of how businesses, organizations, conferences are integrating the Sustainable Development Goals into their plans and into their business models, and being able to showcase it as part of the Expo, which continues on into the beginning of next year, just gives it an even longer tail to help drive action and drive that messaging home around what we can do.
Oh, fantastic. No, this has been absolutely amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to really give a round of applause to the speakers. Of course, Paula is joining us all the way from Dubai. This is very exciting. Thank you so much for your factism, which is amazing, and the global, citizen, which was so amazing. By the way, congratulations. And I know we need to reset the stage a little bit because I've seen Professor Sachs come through. Before we actually have him on, I just want to thank you so much. We just have to reset the stage a little bit. I will summarize very quickly because he'll be giving us a keynote speech just now. And I'm not sure if Giorgio and the technical team are putting the podium up, but perhaps I should invite Professor Sachs over for his keynote. It's been a fantastic moment just listening to all the different speakers, from Minister Di Maio, Minister Cingolani, and all the different private sector entities, the youth voices, civil society, G20, Sherpa. For me, what's coming through very critically is the power of inclusivity. How do we become inclusive in these spaces, and how do we make sure that everybody, we are as a collective? I think you heard from Gaetano when he said, we slept one day in one world and woke up in another. And that's what the pandemic has taught us, compounded by other crises. At this juncture, I'd like to invite you, Professor Jeffrey Sachs, to come over and give your final word and keynote to this amazing sustainability festival, Asvis Festival. Welcome. I'm just wondering if they're setting up.
I'm supposed to speak for?
I think for 10 minutes. Have you been wired up?
I am wired.
Oh, brilliant. Go ahead.
Ready to go? Thank you very much. I'm delighted to be here in a very wonderful and busy week in Rome. The challenge of sustainable development, I think, is on everybody's minds in Rome as we approach the G20. There have been wonderful meetings at the Vatican. The Pontifical Academy of Social Sciences has been considering the challenges of poverty in a world of wealth. Pope Francis hosted a remarkable gathering of religious leaders to make a call for decisive action at COP26. We have the remarkable community Sant'Egidio meeting nearby, bringing in religious communities from all over the world for the common cause of sustainable development. And this remarkable festival, the Festival for Sustainable Development 2021. And I think it's fair to say, as I've been part of these gatherings, that all eyes are on Rome at the end of this month with the G20, because the G20 brings together not only 20 large governments, but probably the most decisive meeting that we have annually on global financial and economic leadership. And it could not be better hosted than by Prime Minister Draghi, who is a remarkable individual and remarkable leader who knows this subject intimately and at a moment when we need the world leadership to focus on real and practical results. The G20 takes place at the end of October, and then just days after that, all 196 signatories of the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change and the Paris Climate Agreement convene for what has to be a breakthrough. This is the last meeting that we can still have in which there's a chance to meet the climate safety standards set forward in Paris in December 2015 to keep global warming below 1.5 degrees C. If there isn't a breakthrough at this meeting, basically we're out of time. Already the UN has made clear in a report last month that there's already perhaps a 25% chance or higher that in the next 5 years, the Earth's temperature will breach the 1.5 degree Celsius limit. This is extraordinary. We're so close now that if the Pacific swings from a La Nina to an El Nino environment, and this will happen sometime soon, the swing in global temperatures could be enough with the underlying rising trend of temperatures to push us to a 1.5 degrees Celsius year within the next 5 years. And as everybody knows, the current trajectory, even taking account of all of the claims and the promises that have been made so far, are no better than a 2.7 degree Celsius warming during the 21st century. In other words, we've talked our hearts out. We have had agreements for 29 years since the Rio Earth Summit. We've had the Millennium Development Goals, the Sustainable Development Goals, the Paris Climate Agreement, and yet we have not changed trajectory. Now we have had the catastrophe of COVID, and even during this period, we saw once again the breakdowns of international cooperation. My often crazy country, the United States, because we had an absolutely crazy president, Donald Trump, really a psychopath who is still in the wings, unfortunately, take the United States right out of the WHO at the height of a pandemic. If you can imagine anything more evil than that, let me know. I haven't been able to come up with anything else, but that is our real state of affairs. So what's going on? All these agreements, all these wonderful goals, all the leadership of young people, all of the dire necessity. What is happening that we are not making the decisive turn? Well, during this week in Rome, I more and more have been thinking about Pope John Paul II's powerful notion and phrase of structures of sin. What Pope John Paul II meant by this phrase, which he introduced in an encyclical a quarter century ago, is the idea that we are caught up in institutions that are expressions of greed and power. They bring people along in that, so it's not only the individual greed and power, which is amply evident, but also the institutions that are built around greed and power, which have trapped the world into a trajectory which is potentially suicidal in the end. And we see it, we're in the midst of it, we're caught in it, and we're having such a hard time getting out of it. I live in a country that is unfortunately guided by greed and power. The United States has more billionaires than any place in the world. The United States has more cumulative wealth than any place in the world. The United States has more military power than any place in the world. but the United States does not have common decency, common sense, good respect, cooperation with the rest of the world, all of the normal things that we need to get out of this crisis. To this day, the United States Congress has not passed one climate change law since ratifying the UN Framework Convention in 1991. Why is that? It's incredible. It is principally because our politics are governed by ExxonMobil, by Chevron, by ConocoPhillips, by Peabody Coal, by other large campaign contributors, by a Supreme Court in the United States that declared that campaign contributions, even secret ones by companies, are just part of free speech after all. And so in the name of this freedom, we have the freedom of reckless and greedy individuals and institutions to destroy the planet. And so to this moment, with a decent president, President Biden, we can't get a piece of legislation through that is actually directed towards decarbonization. Powerful interests block it to this moment. And that's the drama that we're in. And I mention my country not because it is alone in this, although it's pretty significant and extreme and powerful, but because it is so clear what it is like to live in a corrupt plutocracy that portrays itself as a democracy, proclaims human rights and goes to war all over the world. And then we wonder, well, what's wrong? It's pretty evident what's wrong, except we're trapped by these structures of sin, and we're trapped by a media that is in the hands of rich and powerful people like Rupert Murdoch, who project every day that this complete abnormalcy is somehow normal. I was just reading and expressing frustration to my wife, a New York Times story today asking, why is it so hard to raise taxes on the rich in the United States? Well, this is a kind of question you'd put your thumb in your mouth, suck your thumb, and it's good for kindergarten. It's obvious why. Because rich people fund Congress. Because Congress is filled with millionaires. Because it's a plutocracy and it's corrupt. But our mainstream media reached a different conclusion. They believe it's nice to have low taxes for the rich. Are you kidding? 70% of Americans consistently say raise the taxes on the rich because we have a couple hundred billionaires who have a combined net worth of about $5 trillion right now, and they're not taxed. And we just had the release of the Pandora Papers, the Pandora Files. And interestingly, typically, by the way, these files show these structures of sin that allow for offshore accounts in phony names to give anonymity to people who are cheating on everything, cheating on their businesses, cheating on the taxes, running illicit operations. But we've constructed a fancy legal structure so that the money can be in the Bahamas or the British Virgin Islands or other places. And what did the Wall Street Journal say about this in its article yesterday? It said, oh, this is nasty. Someone released these private files. We should get at that. It could not even focus for one moment on what the files showed, which was systems of such abuse and corruption that it is the way that the most powerful and richest people on the planet escape responsibility. So my thoughts as we contemplate this is for us to expand beyond our conversations among the friendly, the willing, those who want to change, to understand more accurately what is happening. Most of the world, I know most Americans, for example, want change. They want the rich to pay their taxes. They want to make the transformation from fossil fuels to renewable energy. They want to stop the climate change. But a small group of humanity does not want to do this. They happen to hold positions of power and wealth around the world. They happen to hold trillions of dollars in offshore accounts. They happen to be free of taxation, as recently a ProPublica study demonstrated for America's richest individuals. And they're stopping the works. A small proportion of the world is stopping the changes needed for all the rest of humanity and for future generations. I don't know whether we're going to be able to discuss these facts straightforwardly and honestly. And I don't know whether we'll be able to get to the bottom of it. In my country, it's extraordinarily hard. Trump was not only a psychopath, but he was a symptom of a deep, deep crisis in the United States, of a much advanced plutocracy, a political system that has lost its way and lost its values and lost its representation of the people. So this is our real challenge, ladies and gentlemen. We have the technologies to decarbonize the world economy. We have the vaccines to ensure universal coverage of the whole planet. And yet to this day, it's the companies in charge. It is not WHO in charge. WHO's called for the right things, but the companies say, well, we've got contracts. We've got our own ways. We're charging 10 times the marginal production costs. We don't want to give up intellectual property, by the way, that was paid for by government in academic institutions and is now, quote, owned or subleased by big companies. We have the ways to ensure that every child is in school, whether online or in classrooms at not such a big expense. If you take, I just looked a moment ago, the wealth of the richest 500 people on the planet, it's $8.1 trillion this morning. And if you take a 5% payout of that, which is pretty modest, that is more than $400 billion a year. And that's enough to ensure that every child is in school, that everybody has access to electricity, that everybody has access to primary health care, that everybody gets COVID immunizations. 500 people, just the income flow, and a modest amount of income flow from that. So my conclusion is it's not quite a festival yet. We can't quite have a festival of sustainable development. We have a yearning for sustainable development. We have an urgent need for sustainable development. We have a planet which is at dire threat, at multiple tipping points. We have societies that are being pulled asunder. And yet we have the wealth, the means, the technology, the know-how, and the goals to get this done right. As I say, all eyes are on Rome for the G20 because there's real ability, real responsibility, and thank goodness, real leadership in Italy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Sachs. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is at the point where I have to walk away and leave the stage. And I would like to invite now the presidents of Asvis, after that inspirational speech, to come in with some conclusions. President Stefanini and also President Mallon. Thank you so very much for having me as your moderator. Grazie mille.
Thank you. It's been a very intense morning. You will be the one to close and to thank everybody for this very interesting discussion. And I want to thank Professor Jeffrey Sachs for his acute and hard analysis, his realistic comments about the overall scenario. Thank you. And I have a short comment, as Marcella said this morning when she opened up this event. On the website of our alliance, you will find two documents. One is the analysis conducted by our experts on the position of G20 vis-a-vis the 2030 agenda, so that you can check which are the different positions and all the complexity and discrepancies and disagreements about the risks that the planet is running. And the second document you can find on our website is an updated analysis on the way Europe is dealing with all the actions to comply with the SDGs of the agenda. As Pope Francis repeated in different situations, one planet, one health. I believe that this is a very clear, very central concept, a very effective point, which invites each one of us to take their own responsibility. We are trying to do this through our alliance to encourage the adoption of an integrated systemic approach with an interdependent way of acting and the commitment to promote an integrated strategy, global strategy, able to comply with the requirements of well-being for citizens and the planet. Many of the speakers mentioned this. This festival was organized to send a message. We are acting, we are taking action, and as Greta said, the blah, blah, blah is over. We have to act, to do, to intervene, to choose. We have to change our behaviors. We have to be consistent, coherent. It is difficult, no doubt, but we have to go there. We are here to do this. The Italian Alliance for Sustainable Development has this kind of mission, this kind of willingness and availability. We have major challenges in front of us, but in our country, a major part of society, associations, corporations, industry, research centers, universities, they are all working together. So we can do it. We do have all the right conditions. As Professor Sachs just said, science, technology, research make available unbelievable tools, as we saw during the pandemic. So we have to use these tools. We have to use the tools in the right way for a common goal for a sustainable future of our planet and our country. This is why we are here. The festival will continue during the next days. We have many more appointments. We already went through many events, many more than we could follow last year. So I hope that all the right decisions will be made by decision makers in full responsibility. Thank you. And now I give the floor to Marcella for a closing address. This morning has really been intense. It started with contributions from Italian ministers, from journalists, and many panelists, and Professor Jeffrey Sachs' presentation. It's difficult to draw any kind of conclusion. We received a lot of food for thought. We need for some time to rethink and reconsider what we heard. Mention has been made many times about the pandemic. Some people called it time for truth, and the pandemic contributed to strengthen attention towards sustainability in all of its dimensions, environmental, social, and economic. And this was an invitation to rethink our way to live on the planet, to reorganize our ways to consume, work, live, and be together. New emphasis has been placed on international collaboration, starting from Europe and embracing the rest of the world. After a first initial moment of puzzlement, we have discussed about the centrality and the need to have an integrated approach to the 2030 agenda, strong institutions and strong dialogue among institutions. So we have major challenges before us, and we need a stronger multilateral kind of dialogue for a global governance. And also Pope Francis, who has been quoted many times in his last encyclica, All Brothers, emphasized how fraternity means collaboration among nations to state the rights of everybody. We found many points of consistency and convergence with this encyclica in the light of the SDG number 16. Next year's will be decisive for the future of the planet. It takes a discontinuity. We wasted a lot of time. We don't have much time left. We have to work rapidly. We have to be concrete and pragmatic. Blah, blah, blah is over. Greta has discussing the blah, blah, blah led us to realize that often the blah, blah is a way to hide the inability to act and the lack of competence to take effective action. The 2030 agenda was the first global program to embrace an integrated vision for sustainability. This is our reference framework over this complex time of transition. Asvis in Italy chose to build this platform to collaborate and take concrete action. As President Stefanini said, we want to move towards concrete practical actions because time is short and our commitment has to be strong if we want change to take place. I want to close this event quoting from Pope Francis, Fratelli tutti, all brothers. Pope Francis says it is really difficult to design something big in the long term if we do not turn it into a collective dream. I believe this is our goal, to turn this kind of transition into a global collective dream. I thank you all for your attention, and I hope to see you again during next event inside this festival. Thank you.